the Chief Host and Chief of the Naval Staff of Ghana, Rear Admiral Godwin Bessing, Chiefs of Navies and representatives of various countries present, admirals, generals, and officers of various armed forces, industry partners, distinguished delegates and speakers, esteemed exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, Imdec 2025. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to all of you for the energy, insight, and collaboration that marked the first day of the conference. The conversations, the presentations, and connections that took place yesterday clearly demonstrated that Africa's maritime future is being actively shaped by all of us. As conference chairman, it is my honor to open today's proceedings and to reaffirm the core objective of Imdec 2025, to convene maritime leaders, policy makers, industry experts, and innovators around a shared vision of maritime security, resilience, and sustainability. Yesterday, we were privileged to hear from chiefs of navies from Senegal and Mauritania, and a representative of the Chief of the Navy of Nigeria, as well as experts who showcase how cutting-edge technologies and emerging trends, particularly in AI and data analytics, are redefining maritime domain awareness. Today, we continue in that spirit with an equally compelling program. Meanwhile, our defense exhibition continues to offer rich insights into the future of naval technology, showcasing platforms, tools, and capabilities designed to meet the threats and demands of our time. Let us approach today's sessions with the same openness and strategic intent that made yesterday so impactful. And let us remember the strength of our individual navies is multiplied when we act together, regionally, continentally, and globally. On behalf of the Chief Host, the Chief of the Naval Staff of Ghana, and Imdec 2025 Organizing Committee, I thank you for your continued participation and commitment. Let us now proceed with Day 2's program. I wish you all a productive and inspiring day ahead. I thank you.
The Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Godwin Bessing, Chiefs of Navies and their representatives herein gathered, all protocol observed. Yesterday, sir, we were privileged to have a panel discussion on artificial intelligence, powered threat detection, and modern technologies in maritime security. And we were privileged to have the likes of Captain Sunday Umorin, Captain Ford Rhodes, Dr. Osei Bonsu Dixon, and Mr. Peter Agbami Noja. Sir, this morning, our panel discussion will focus on the future of naval warfare, optimizing maritime security by modernizing African fleets and adopting cutting-edge technologies. So to do this presentation is our very own Vice Admiral Issa Adam Yakubu, who is the former Chief of the Naval Staff of the Ghana Navy. Vice Admiral Issa Adam Yakubu was enlisted and commissioned as an executive officer in 1991 He has attended various specialized military and civil courses. Notable among the military courses are the International Midshipman and International Sub-Lieutenant courses at the Britannia Royal Naval College, Dartmouth, and School of Maritime Operations in Portsmouth, both in the United Kingdom. He attended the junior and senior staff courses at the Nigerian and Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff Colleges, respectively. He is also a two-time graduate of the United States Naval War College, Newport, Rhode Island, where he pursued the Naval Staff and Naval Command courses in 2005 and 2015, respectively. Sir, with your kind permission, I would like to respectfully invite Vice Admiral Isa Adam Yakubu to the stage for his presentation. Shall we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Agnes, for those kind words. It's always a nostalgia to be back here. So, the Chief of the Naval Staff and our Chief Host, Rear Admiral Godwin Livingston, my brother, in whom I have total confidence to take the Navy to even greater heights. My former colleagues, Chiefs of Navy, who I worked with very, very well, and before I grounded arms a few months ago. I want to say welcome to Ghana once again, and thank you very much for the cooperation and collaboration that we had together. Doyens of the Ghana Navy, distinguished admirals, generals, and marshals, both serving and retired. Our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on existing protocol to make a few remarks. And I understand I have just 20 minutes. Let me first of all again thank Admiral Besson, our host, and the Great Minds Events LLC for keeping this torch burning. We started this thing almost a decade ago, this great partnership. And I can see it is growing in leaps and bounds. So thank you, Admiral Besson, and also Great Minds, the Ghana Navy, and the whole team for keeping this going. And we are thankful for everything. I've analyzed the subject given to me. We have a very, very important topic today, as the MC has indicated. And looking at the areas given me, which are next generation naval systems, as well as missile defense and cyber resilience. I'm hesitant to go deep into the subject for three reasons. First, looking at the audience, I do not think I have the capacity to educate you on the next generation naval systems, missile defense, and cyber resilience. There are industry experts here who can better handle the subject. Number two is that too many factors, including ever-changing threats due to current disruptions in the international system, the fast pace of technological development, makes it difficult to predict what threats we would be confronted with in the near future and what technologies would be available to provide solutions to them. We are all witnesses to current warfare with the use of a combination of drones, rockets, and missiles to penetrate the most advanced air defense systems. coupled with the fast pace of the introduction of artificial intelligence in warfare. All this make it a tall order to predict the next generation of weapon systems required to deal with unpredictable threats. The last of my difficulty is that this is rather nuanced and specific, not so specific, but most particularly to Africa. Of what use would it be to discuss next generation systems when defense budgets are dwindling and unpredictable? There is the famous General Colin Powell's statement, and I quote, "Show me your budget and I'll tell you what your strategy is," unquote. So, we are talking next generation systems. Where will the budget come from? Should we spend time discussing next generation systems? Yes, we should. It is better to know what we need, whether we can have it or not. When the time comes and the resources are available, that is when we start planning. So I'll try to handle the topic by looking at just the themes given me. We'll briefly look at the strategic context, very brief because it's something that is clear to us all. We'll look at next generation naval platforms, missile defense systems, cyber resilience naval operation. Then I'll end with something I'll call an advice. And it is the parable, I call it the parable of the fisherman who ignored the tithes. Then maybe I'll make some recommendations. So, the strategic context, I'm not going to waste time on it, as I said. We all know the importance of our maritime domain, and we know what our threats are. These threats are not likely to change. They are likely to evolve into different forms and with different intensity and potency. So what we also have to do is to look out for what are the trends. As I said, now drones are getting into the hands of terrorists and pirates. How ready are we to deal with them? So we also are aware of the new geopolitical competition that is shaping the global context. And we cannot think that we, particularly in Africa, are not part of this. We are all going to be affected by the new global competition. So there is a need for integrated, resilient, and future-ready naval forces. Now, looking at next-generation naval platforms, what I can say with certainty is that our next-generation platforms must be modular, multi-mission, adaptable, and scalable. That way, whichever way the threat and technology go, we can modify existing platforms to adapt. The Ghana Navy identified this more than a decade ago, and we were working on acquiring such platforms, OPVs. Just before I left office, we had concluded all processes for parliamentary approval of the project. But as usual, policy and politics and other things are always there to deal with. I am happy to learn that the current government is still committed to the project. It is my prayer that it would see the light of day. We have all observed what is happening in the Red Sea, with the Houthis attacking shipping with cheap drones. We also have seen in Ukraine manufacturing cheap drones and being able to reach very deep into Russia, which is supposed to have a state-of-the-art air defense system. So it would not be long before pirates and terrorists adopt similar tactics in the Gulf of Guinea. And I'm telling you, this is the fact. How prepared are we to counter such threats? What role have the African countries along the coast of the Red Sea played in countering the threats? We only hear about international forces being there trying to do their best, and particularly some of the countries on the Arabian coast who are trying to fight this threat. Those on the African coast, what role are they playing? Because we are all affected. Have we even thought about maritime drug traffickers using drones to transfer narcotic drugs from ships at sea to inland locations? In Ghana, we are using drones to transfer blood all across the country. Have we thought about that? We know we've been arresting them when they bring in the boats to try to land. What about using drones to transfer these drugs deep inland? Have we thought about it? How can we deal with that? These are all food for thought for planning the acquisition of our next generation naval system. So what I'm emphasizing on is that we need modular multi-mission ships, and the trend these days are to have smaller navies investing in modular ships like offshore patrol vessels, corvettes, and littoral combat ships that can be reconfigured for surveillance, interdiction, or humanitarian missions. The advantage of this is, as I said, flexibility for diverse African maritime missions without needing a large fleet. We can also look at unmanned surface and underwater vehicles. These are becoming affordable and cheaper to acquire. And their application is mostly in ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, mine detection, environmental monitoring, and also to deal with other threats. We have the example of the US Navy's Sea Hunter program, which has proven autonomous vessels can track submarines for months at a fraction of the cost. Then we can never forget about the environment. So green and efficient platforms. So with fuel costs and sustainability concerns, navies are exploiting hybrid electric propulsion and low maintenance platforms. For Africa, this will have a cheaper life cycle cost, which will be ideal for long-range patrols and easy enforcement. I've been asked to look at missile defense systems as well. In most Africa, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, we hardly use missiles. And it's not based on ability to acquire or maintain. Sometimes it's also about the assessment of our threats. But it is becoming more and more evident that in the very near future, we'll have to start thinking about affordable missile systems, given the kind of threats we are experiencing now. So in missile defense, we are always looking at modern systems, emphasize on multi-layered defense, long-range interceptors, medium-range systems, and close-in weapon systems. You must always have your systems arranged in that order. That's what we are all taught in the Staff College. And here I want to talk about Israel's Barak, MX, and Naval Iron Dome offer, which is scalable, network missile defense for ships of various sizes. But this system has been penetrated by the Iranian rockets, drones, and missiles when they use them all together. So no system is foolproof. So that's why we have to look at integrated air and missile defense together. Ships today must defend against drones, cruise missiles, and hypersonics, often simultaneously. What is the solution? We need radar and sensor fusion systems linked to artificial intelligence-supported fire control. We cannot do without artificial intelligence. That is the only way forward. and we need to be able to tackle that. So for the African adaptation, African navies must consider scalable, cost-effective systems, possibly through regional missile defense cooperation. We cannot continue to try to do things on our own. We have to start working together to build resilient systems that are regional in nature, that together we can support. So also the procurement of older but upgradable Western or Asian missile systems, they've given some examples that can enhance capability quickly. For cyber resilience, what we need to do is clear. The jamming of you, we all had, time up? 5 minutes, thank you. It's almost done. I'm almost done. So, cyber resilience, the jamming of GPS and AIS systems have been part of the Israel-Iran war. And this can easily get to us. We heard about a collision in the Arabian Gulf, and the possible reason would have been the jamming of these GPS and AI systems. So we need to be aware of them. The rising cyber threats. Naval platforms are now digital ecosystems. Navigation, weapons, and propulsion all depend on cyber secure networks. Since I have just 5 minutes left, I'm going straight to my recommendations, and then I'll tell you my parable and walk away. First, we need to invest in modular interoperable platforms. That is clear, and we are going to keep discussing it the whole day today. I believe the industry players here have already spoken about it, and they are here to answer our questions regarding them. We also have to explore affordable missile defense solutions and build cyber doctrine and training capacity. Now, before I conclude, let me tell you my story. The parable of the country that ignored the tithes. I'd like to conclude my remarks by telling a story in the form of a parable. It is a parable for African leadership on naval neglect, cyber vulnerability, and blue economy blindness. I call it the parable of the country that ignored the tides. And here it goes. There was once a coastal kingdom blessed with beyond measure. Its forests bore fruits, its soil grew gold, but it was a sea that whispered untapped riches. Beneath the waves lay fish, minerals, energy, and infinite trade routes, a blue economy waiting to be claimed. But the rulers of the land were land-bound in their thinking. They built roads, but not shipyards. They bought guns, but not raiders. They celebrated independence, yet allowed foreign navies to patrol their waters. And they said, the sea is too vast, too calm, too distant. So they want to focus, they cannot focus on the sea. An old sailor, and you can consider me as an old sailor, warned them, you are blind not to danger but to wealth. The sea feeds, the sea connects, defends, yet you leave it unguarded and unexplored. Sea blindness is wealth blindness. They ignored him. Then one year, a rival nation built a deep sea port just beyond their waters. Another nation signed secret fishing deals with distant powers. A third leased islands for military bases. Then came cyber attacks, paralyzing shipping, hijacking oil data, and disrupting customs revenue. Their coastal youth jobless, drifted into piracy and migration. And when they turned to defend themselves, they found their navy was a museum and their networks full of holes. Their ports became choke points controlled by others. Their fish disappeared into foreign trawlers. Their children drowned trying to reach wealth across the same ocean they had failed to defend or develop. The old sailor stood by the broken docks and said, "You built castles on land and forgot the tide rises. You let others sail your waters while your nets rotted on shore. You saw the sea as background, not as a backbone. And now you pay the price, not just in cash, but in sovereignty." And the moral of the story, to ignore the sea is to surrender your wealth and your future. A weak navy invites foreign control. A weak cyber system invites invisible occupation. Every unguarded port, every unmanned vessel, every unplugged radar is an open door to dependency. The next war and the next windfall will come from the sea and the server. To be truly independent, Africa must own her oceans and defend her data. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful presentation, especially the parable, and I quote, "Sea blindness is wealth blindness," and that is very deep. Shall we please put our hands together once again for... Thank you so much. We'll move to our second presentation for the day, and it's on the topic, the relevance of maritime security in global dynamics. And to do us the honor is Rear Admiral Antonio Franza, Head of Cooperation and Support, National Industries and Foreign Navies Office, Italian Navy. Rear Admiral Antonio Franza graduated from the Italian Naval Academy in 1988 as Surface Warfare Officer and served on board several ships as Operations Officer, Executive Officer, and Commanding Officer, deploying to the Mediterranean, North Sea, Indian Ocean, and Persian Gulf. He is Head of Cooperation and Support, National Industries and Foreign Navies Office as Plans and Maritime Policy Department of the Italian Navy. Italian Navy General Staff, Rome. Distinguished admirals, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, shall we welcome Rear Admiral Antonio Franza. And sir, please, you have 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Chief of the Navies and delegates, good morning. First of all, on behalf of the Chief of the Italian Navy, Admiral Enrico Credendino, could not be here with us today, I would like to thank Admiral Bessing, Chief of the Naval Staff of the Ghana Navy, for the invitation to this fourth edition of this exhibition. Sir, thank you for your warm hospitality in this beautiful country. It's a real honor for me to be here today, having the opportunity to present the Italian Navy point of view and perspective in the field of maritime security. The sea holds a fundamental importance for life on Earth and plays a key role in the composition of the planet in terms of water. oceans, and the globe are deeply interconnected and essential for sustaining life and land. Our planet is often called the blue planet because approximately 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by water. On this water, about 97% is salt water contained in oceans and sea. Only the 3% is fresh water, but most of this is trapped in glaciers and polar ice caps, almost the 70%. In today's complex international scenario, the sea and its seabed are increasingly important geopolitical factors. Cover over the 70% of Earth's surface, the oceans are vital for security, international stability, economy, energy, digital communications, trade, ecosystem, and life on the planet. Maritime communication routes connect countries and drive global commerce, transporting 90% of traded goods and approximately 99% of digital communications by submarine cables. Protecting these maritime routes is a core responsibility for navies comparable to territorial maritime defense. It is therefore essential for Italy to guarantee the freedom and security of the navigation in the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, which serve as a vital access routes to the Mediterranean, alongside the protection of maritime traffic and communication lines. The safeguarding of national maritime interests is crucial. An unsafe maritime environment results in increased transportation costs and consequently higher consumer prices. This commitment is further enhanced through cooperation with allied and partner nations, leveraging the network of alliance and international relations that Italy actively supports and participates in. In this sensitive period, the regions of the wide Mediterranean are of paramount importance to national interests, shaped by ongoing complex political, economic, and military interconnections. From this perspective, a new definition of the global Mediterranean arises, a new concept that is not confined or defined by physical and political limits. It is not a regional sea detached from current challenges, but rather a space that seeks to expand its reach to the world and become a key player in major global interconnections. In a new global maritime dimensions, the Mediterranean's importance is ensuring secure shipping routes, sustainable developments, and regional stability becomes increasingly significant. To effectively address these challenges, a robust situational awareness and strong cooperation between nations are essential. By sharing intelligence, coordinating efforts, and maintaining open communication channels, countries in the region can enhance their collective ability to respond swiftly and efficiently when and where needed, thereby safeguarding vital maritime interests and promoting long-term stability. We are experiencing a paradigm shift described as a globalization of local insecurity phenomena. The strategic importance of the seas is accompanied by increasingly complex challenges, such as piracy, illegal trafficking, challenge to international trade, cyber attacks, threats to underwater infrastructures, such as communication cables, pipeline, and energy installations. Those are vulnerable to various risks, including physical damage and sabotage. The Navy ensures the maritime defense and security of the nation and its commercial actors, protecting maritime communication lines and strategic infrastructure, including underwater assets. In this context, the role of the navies is crucial in safeguarding national interests at sea, both in immediate territorial waters and at the trans-regional and international levels. Navies contribute to maritime situational awareness, maritime security operations, maritime security cooperation. This comprehensive approach enhances overall maritime security, promotes stability, and fosters trust among maritime stakeholders. Understanding these interconnected roles is key to grasping how navies contribute to a safer and more secure maritime environment. Maritime situational awareness is the first step to addressing these activities, which is the ability to achieve and disseminate a broad, comprehensive maritime situational awareness. This is the prerequisite for the effective exercise of maritime security and for the conduct of naval air operations themselves. Maritime situational awareness refers to the accurate understanding of all relevant maritime activities and conditions within a specific area. It involves collecting, analyzing, and sharing information about ships, environmental conditions, navigational hazards, and other factors that could impact maritime safety and security. The process of integrating this situation framework develops at national level within the Naval Operations Center in Rome, where information related to the maritime scenario is collected, collated, and enhanced. This information comes from systems and sensors, both fixed and mobile, such as ships, aircraft, submarines, or surveillance stations deployed at sea or inland. It also includes data for national collaborations, interagency and interministerial, and international collaborations, bilateral, multilateral, or coalition. The resulting coherent and validated representation is shared in a multi-domain and multi-dimensions key with the relevant entities or commands and with units involved in operations, whether national, partner, or allied. I would like to highlight the relevance of a robust and reliable maritime situation awareness as a fundamental key factor to grant an effective maritime security. Functional to this is the sharing of information on commercial white maritime traffic, also through the Virtual Regional Maritime Traffic Center and the Trans-Regional Maritime Network, which over the years has proved to be a valid tool for significantly increasing in building up MSA in areas of mutual interest. The TRMNA community is continuously growing all around the world with partners, navies willing to contribute to a shared maritime domain awareness. In this respect, we have reached the 43 member states, with the latest one is Ivory Coast in April 2024. To this regard, I hope you could be interested in receiving more information about the capabilities and advantages of using this free and Italian Navy certified platform. Maritime security operation. A clear understanding of the scenario and the maritime situation is the first necessary element, but not sufficient, to ensure maritime security and thus the protection of national maritime interests. It is essential to be present with highly capable operational forces that can cooperate, prepositioned in strategic interest area, in order to intervene deeply where and when needed and to intercept threats before they can manifest at sea and affect the national territory. In this slide, you can see the Italian Navy scheme of maneuver. All of this is achieved through a posture based on a dynamic and flexible maneuver scheme aimed at gaining a comprehensive understanding of the maritime situation in areas of strategic national interest. This involves prepositioned assets capable of generating, as we have said, effects where and when needed. It is a maritime defense and security system orchestrated in a multi-domain perspective within the framework of the overall defense effort, firmly supported and cooperating with the navies of NATO, EU countries and partners. A commitment that is relies in the Mediterranean through the national operation Mediterraneo Sicuro, with ongoing and essential activities of maritime surveillance, fisheries surveillance, and through the Fondali Sicuri operation, launched in 2022 for the protection of strategic underwater infrastructures. For the safeguarding of the maritime communication lines that directly concern the Mediterranean, the Italian Navy has been actively considering piracy and ensuring maritime security in the Northwest Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and the Gulf of Aden. Since 2008, it has been supporting the uniform Atalanta operation with the naval units and command rotations. And from 2024, we also support the EU Aspides operation, for which Italy continuously provides naval units and tactical command capability. In these slides, you can see the scheme of maneuver regarding Gabini operation with our ship now, Bettica. And moving from west to east, in this last slide, you can see the scheme of maneuver of our ship Rizzo, deployed in Atalanta operation. And now we are leading to the conclusions. But still something about maritime security cooperation. The deployment and naval campaigns described above therefore play a crucial role not only in terms of high-end training and capability development, but also in terms of naval diplomacy and cooperation among navies. From a broader perspective, operational engagement is combined with international cooperation activities, developing common synergies, confidence building, cooperation, security, and capacity building, interoperability, holistic approach, and info sharing. For example, the Trans-Regional Sea Power Symposium represents an unique opportunity to promote dialogue and collaboration among different nations in the fields of maritime security and naval strategy. The latest edition, held last October in Venice, gathered 67 naval experts from 5 continents and over 600 specialists from the broader maritime sector participated. These experts came from international organizations, academia, industry, and research centers. The event provided a valuable occasion to discuss maritime topics, starting from a solid foundation of shared values. The importance of these values will be decisive in future scenario. I'm almost done. Yeah, thank you. And will require increasing attention and cooperation among global actors. The 19th edition of Sea Future exhibition, held in La Spezia from 29th September till the 2nd of October 2025, will be more than just an exhibition. It represents a valuable opportunity to revamp our Blue Network by gathering international experts, manufacturers, leading companies, and stakeholders of the maritime cluster. Italian Navy will appreciate your presence in the event. Conclusions. In light of the current and fluid geostrategic context, which is complex and fraught with challenges and threats, especially in the underwater dimension and in the area of freedom of navigation, it is essential to understand the operational situation and adapting swiftly to evolving forms of combat. Maritime security operations play a pivotal role in safeguarding vital maritime routes and assets, thereby protecting economic interests and national security. Moreover, strong international cooperation among nations and organizations is vital to address transnational threats, facilitate information sharing, and foster a unified approach to maintain maritime stability. Together, these elements form a comprehensive framework crucial for ensuring safe, secure, and sustainable maritime domain worldwide. The Italian Navy plays a significant role in this global effort, leveraging its advanced capabilities and strategic presence to contribute to international security and the protection of maritime interests in the wider Mediterranean and beyond. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Antonino Franza, Head of Cooperation and Support National Industries and Foreign Navies Office, Italian Navy, for your presentation on the relevance of my presentation on maritime security cooperation. There is the need for naval diplomacy, confidence building, cooperation, security, and capacity building, as well as information sharing. Distinguished Chiefs of Navies, all protocol observed. Our next speaker will be speaking on Navigating Maritime Security in the Gulf of Guinea, NIMASA's Role, Challenges, and the Path Forward. Our next speaker is Mr. Peter Agbaminoja. He is the Deputy Director, NIMASA, Nigeria. Born in Ondo State, Southwest Nigeria in 1974, Mr. Peter Agbaminoja attended the Nigerian Military School, Zaria, which imbued in him an early sense of discipline and focus before proceeding to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where he graduated from the law faculty with a second-class upper degree in 1998. He joined the then National Maritime Authority at the turn of the millennium in 2000. Distinguished chiefs, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome Mr. Peter Agbaminoja, the Deputy Director, NIMASA, Nigeria, for his presentation.
Good morning. The incumbent and the former chiefs of Naval Staff Ghana, Admirals Yakubu and Admiral Bessie, a privilege to see two of you sitting together, sir. Representative of the Nigerian Chief of Naval Staff, other admirals present, visitors from around the world, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to present Nigeria's perspective on the battle against insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea. And I am not just presenting Nigeria's perspective, I'm presenting the perspective of NIMASA, which is actually the Maritime Administration of Nigeria, which has unusually been charged with functions relative to maritime security, which in most parts of the world are left to the agencies with the kinetic abilities. So, all right. I have 20 minutes, so I'm going to run through. That's the Gulf of Guinea. Stretches from Cape Lopez in Gabon to Cape Palmas in Liberia. Covers 13 states, 6,000 kilometers approximately. Receives, in terms of maritime traffic, about 20,000 ships every year. 4.5% of the world's proven oil reserves and 2.7% of natural gas reserves are found along the Gulf of Guinea. It's of high economic significance, fisheries, oil and gas, and important shipping lanes. 15% of global shipping transits the region, abundant natural resources, the critical energy corridor, and economic lifeline for the 20+ West African nations along the coast. In terms of threats, nobody told me that the slide is down there, I'm sorry. In terms of threats, we have piracy and armed robbery, oil theft, IUU fishing, kidnapping for ransom. Ports and shipping lanes are exposed to cyber intrusions, smuggling and trafficking, environmental threats. Key security statistics include 90% of global kidnappings at some point occurred in the Gulf of Guinea. The United Nations Office on Drug and Crime estimates that $2.3 billion in annual economic loss suffered by the Gulf of Guinea nations because of insecurity. IUU fishing accounts for estimated 40% of total catch in the region, and it results in estimated loss of $1 billion to West African economies. At the peak of the piracy in 2020 to 2021, there was a 400% increase in war risk insurance premium payable by ships traveling to the countries in the Gulf of Guinea. I want to give two practical examples of what's the typical nature of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. So we start with MT Halifax. And this happened about 14 years ago. In October 2011, the MT Halifax, an oil tanker owned by a Greek-based company, ACCRA Investments, was attacked, and the 25-man crew comprising Filipinos, Indians, and an Italian shipmaster were taken away in a pirate boat. They kept them hostage until they siphoned all the oil that they were able to siphon into the smaller tank from the MT Halifax. After the oil was siphoned, the crew were released, and there is no evidence that there was any need to pay ransom. 13 years later, January 2024, the chemical tanker Hana 1 was attacked 45 nautical miles south of Bayako Island in Equatorial Guinea. Of course, the pirates were not trying to steal chemical. What they did was to kidnap 9 crew members, including the captain and the chief engineer. The remaining crew members sailed to a safe port and reported the incident to authorities. The kidnapped crew were later released after the payment of ransom. So in the first instance, 2011, kidnapped because they wanted to hold them hostage while they took away the oil. And for 13 years later, the chemical tanker was attacked. And what did they do? They kidnapped the crew for ransom. So in that space of 14 years, 13 years, a lot has happened. Within that 13 years, there has been strengthening of naval forces, more advanced weapons have been procured, maritime surveillance zones have been established by the various states, legal and institutional frameworks have been developed like the SPOMO Act in Nigeria, regional collaboration has been strengthened with the Code of Conduct, the Yaoundé Code of Conduct. Nigeria has acquired the Deep Blue project, which deploys advanced technology for maritime surveillance. Root cause situations have been addressed by most of the states in Nigeria. We had the Niger Delta Development Commission, and eventually governments established a Niger Delta Ministry, specifically tasked with looking into the problems of the people of the Niger Delta. Promotion of law and transparency has also been engendered, and there has been continued community engagement. Yet, regardless of all this, 13 years later, the Hana 1 was attacked again in the Gulf of Guinea. What does this tell us? It tells us that Gulf of Guinea piracy is resilient, it is persistent, and it is also highly dynamic. It takes various forms. It started somewhat as a struggle against economic injustice and later transformed into various shades of criminality. Whatever it is, what is clear is that the states of the Gulf of Guinea must come together to fight insecurity and fight it to a standstill. So let's talk about Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. It's a maritime administration. Typically, maritime administrations are responsible for maritime safety and making sure that ships are run in accordance with the IMO conventions. But NIMASA, as Nigeria's Maritime Administration, is responsible not only for maritime safety, it is also responsible for maritime security, it is responsible for the development of shipping in Nigeria, it is responsible for the training and certification of maritime labor, and it is responsible for the implementation of the ISPS code and other rules as related to maritime security. So, looking at it holistically, NIMASA does implementation on one hand and enforcement of maritime security rules on the other hand. In terms of implementation, Tier 1, NIMASA plays a vital role in ensuring maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea by implementing and promulgating laws, policies, and execution of activities to ensure compliance. Examples, the NIMASA Act itself provides in Section 2211 that NIMASA will provide maritime security. Section 22.2, the agency shall inspect ships for the purposes of maritime security. In 2019, the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act was promoted and pushed all the way through the two-tier National Assembly of Nigeria by NIMASA and the Ministry of Justice. And the SPOMO Act provides the platform with which Nigeria can not only arrest pirates, but ensure that they are prosecuted and severely punished for their actions. Implementation of ISPS code, we all know the ISPS code is actually the implementation of the mandatory and the non-mandatory aspects which provide the minimum standard with which port facilities that are receiving international ships are required to put in place to make sure that the port is not a threat to the ship and the ship itself is not a threat to the port. And this is also about the ISPS code, the various offices that are required to be put in place by the port facilities and the ships to make sure that they are safe. So in terms of implementation of ISPS code in Nigeria, we have 152 port facilities that are implementing the ISPS code. In terms of compliance, out of the 152, 103 facilities are compliant. That means 77 offshore and 26 offshore. Percentage compliance is 80%, and our peer review partners for ensuring that we are doing the right thing are the US Coast Guard and the UK IMSOT, who regularly come to Nigeria to inspect the port facilities. In terms of the security level in Nigerian ports, the average security level from the year 2023 to 2024 is MASSEC level 1, which means that it is basic security. There is no cause for alarm. The US Coast Guard was in Nigeria in March 2025, and after conducting a thorough inspection of port facilities, submitted a report stating that there is high compliance and that there is positive global ranking of port facilities in Nigeria. And you may be wondering, because security is something that you never know whether it is working, because if you are not attacked, you don't really ascribe it to the measures that are put in place. But we know that ISPS code implementation works in Nigeria because in 2014, there was an oil facility known as Folawiyo Oil Facility, which operates a marginal field in Nigeria and has a tank farm in Apapa, the port city of Lagos. So 2 weeks before the incident happened, NIMASA conducted an inspection of the facility and found that the security infrastructure was inadequate. So we wrote them a letter and told them that we are coming back in 7 days and we are going to shut down the facility if they did not put in place the measures. 7 days later, we went there and we found that they had put in place the measures and the facility was allowed to continue running. 2 weeks after the inspection, precisely on the 25th of June 2014, a lady dressed in hijab came to Folawiyo terminal. She tried 2 times to access the facility, but she was stopped by the security. When she could not access the facility, she waited outside, and when a tanker truck pulled out of the facility laden with petroleum products, she went under the truck and detonated the explosive, the IED device that she was wearing. Fortunately, the heavy steel under the tanker was able to muffle most of the explosion, but she was completely burned to pieces, and some people around were injured. Buildings in Marina, which is almost probably like 10 kilometers away from that area, had their glasses blown off when the incident occurred. So moving on, Tier 2 enforcement. NIMASA plays a critical role in maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea by enforcing compliance with international and local regulations. When the insecurity and piracy in the Gulf of Guinea reached a climax around 2016, 2017, the government of Nigeria decided to put special measures in place, and they wanted to do something different. So while the Navy continued its normal job of fighting insecurity in the waters, the government created a special purpose system called the Deep Blue Project in partnership with HLSI International to fight insecurity in Nigerian waters and the Gulf of Guinea. The hardware acquired included 2 special mission vessels, 3 helicopters, 2 special mission aircraft. The Navy provided 350 men for the Special Anti-Piracy Squad. 16 armored vehicles were also procured, 4 unmanned air vehicles, and 17 interceptors. All these assets are deployed along the coast of Nigeria. That's the surveillance room of the Deep Blue Project. Those are some of the Deep Blue Project assets during a mission. And that's a graphic demonstration of the Deep Blue Project. You actually have the 2 special mission vessels, DB Abuja and DB Lagos, working directly with the C4I Operation Center, the surveillance room, and they are controlling the interceptor fast assault boats. You also have the helicopter, the special mission aircraft, and the armored vehicles, just in case the pirates get out on land and try to escape. So those all-terrain vehicles, bulletproof, are designed to go on land and intercept them. This is one of the mother vessels, the DB Abuja, IMO number 9731286. It was built in 2019, 55 meters in length, 12 meters in beam, 179 tons deadweight. Hybrid diesel electric propulsion, can move up to 21 knots. TT-shaped appended hull vane to reduce fuel consumption. That is the DB Abuja. The second mother vessel, DB Lagos, is exactly the same. And between the 2 of them, they control all the other assets. As we speak now, the DB Lagos is in dry dock. I took this picture last week while the DB Lagos was in dry dock. So the deployment of the Deep Blue asset, first of all, you have the C4I, the Command and Control Center, which became operational in 2019. This was followed by deployment of air, land, and sea platforms across Nigerian southern coastal and inland waterways. Then the task force came into operations. When they are not working, they are constantly being trained. It's not a NIMASA operation. The Navy, the Air Force, the police, the Department of State Security, and Civil Defense are all involved, but NIMASA is responsible for the administrative management and funding of the Deep Blue project. Deployment strategy, they are deployed strategically, they are positioned to effectively initiate and respond operationally within minutes of receiving orders to deploy. Their positioning is such as to provide maritime domain coverage, complete maritime domain coverage across Nigeria's Niger Delta areas. There are 2 zones, Southwest Arena and the South-South Arena. And that is a graphic demonstration of the deployment of the mostly naval and Air Force bases that collaborate in the running of the Deep Blue project. That's Nigeria's coastline, otherwise called the Niger Delta, and the water is, of course, the Gulf of Guinea. Operational activities: maritime patrols, search and rescue missions, surveillance and threat monitoring using the integrated sensor systems and area platforms, special naval operations and national security tasking, rapid response to maritime distress calls and incidents, participation in multinational maritime security exercises, additional classified and sensitive security functions, all being undertaken by the Deep Blue project. The impact of the Deep Blue project. The Deep Blue project has seen to the facilitation of international collaboration between Nigeria and other Gulf of Guinea states who are interested in benefiting at least from the database that is being created. Reinforce maritime institutions, enhance capabilities of Nigerian maritime security agencies, advance maritime security access and capabilities, which has boosted domestic and international confidence in Nigerian maritime trade. Increased shipping activities. Data shows a remarkable growth after 4 years of decline. After years of decline in maritime activities in Nigeria's exclusive economic zone from 2021 to 2024. So you can see here, this is statistics that is, put together from the C4I Center, which is able to see every ship that is in the Gulf of Guinea. It's able to extract the history of their recent voyages and where they are going, where they are coming from. So show the port calls, the kind of operations the boats are that they're involved in. Okay. So, as you can see, that activity, port calls, meeting, etc. are all covered by the Deep Blue project. The zero piracy from 2021 to 2023 was responsible for the delisting of Nigeria by IMB from the countries with high-risk areas. My time is up, but I would like to race to the end. I wanted to talk about the SPOMO Act. The SPOMO Act actually created a platform, a judicial platform for criminalizing and punishing piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. Conclusion. Securing the Gulf of Guinea demands a sustained political will, robust legal frameworks, and inclusive partnership. NIMASA, as Nigeria's maritime regulator, has taken a central leadership role in rewriting the narrative of piracy and insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea. Through initiatives like Deep Blue Project and SPOMO Act, NIMASA has demonstrated that maritime security challenges can be addressed through coordinated, sustained action. The agency is ready to continue to take strides to secure the Gulf of Guinea and requires the support of all relevant stakeholders. Together, we can transform this vital maritime corridor into a model of regional collaboration and unlimited possibilities. Thank you very much.
Shall we please put our hands together once again for Mr. Peter Agbaminoja. Okay. It is heartwarming to know that insecurity is generally reducing on the Gulf of Guinea. However, the issue of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing takes about 40 to 50% of fish catch on the continent. And that is why this conference is most timely. That presentation leads us seamlessly to the next, which is a panel discussion. And this panel discussion offers opportunity for us to ask questions. So it is an interactive panel discussion on adapting and sustaining adapting and sustaining cost-effective advanced naval assets for African nations. And the moderator is no other person than our former Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Issa Yakubu. Shall we please put our hands together for him? So, the panelists for this interactive discussion are Brigadier General Sean Holtz and Dr. Chris Kwaja. Brigadier General Holtz is a Deputy Director, Strategy, Engagement and Programs, U.S. African Command, Stuttgart, Germany. He contributes to U.S. policy and strategy, develops theater campaign, operational and force posture plans, integrates international and African partner military efforts, and conducts U.S. interagency and international engagement consistent with U.S. African Command priorities. General Holtz graduated with honors from Western Michigan University in 1991 and later received his commission in 1995 from the Academy of Military Science, McG Tyson Base in 10. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Brigadier General Holtz. Our next panelist is Dr. Chris Kwaja. He is Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, Modibo Adama University, Nigeria. Professor Kwaja is currently the Special Envoy on Peace and Security to the Governor of Plateau State, Ba, Caleb Mufwang. He assumed the responsibility on the 18th April 2025. Prior to that, at various times, he served as Senior Advisor for Africa, Senior Research and Strategy Officer, as well as Country Director, Nigeria, with the United States Institute of Peace. A United States quasi-government institutions dedicated to the pursuit of peace globally. He is a Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies at the Center of Peace and Security Studies at Adama University, Yola, Adamawa State, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Chris Kwaja. And sir, this session is 40 minutes. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Veru. I think this session comes in handy, as the Director General Public Relations has said. It is to put in context and digest all the presentations we have had this morning, and to give the audience an opportunity to participate. We all know that Africa's maritime domain is not just vast, but it is also rich in resources, yet under constant threats from piracy, as has been enumerated, IUU fishing, trafficking, and other threats. Advanced naval assets are critical for deterrence and enforcement, but cost sustainability remains a major challenge. So these are the issues that we want to look at. So to help us digest these two challenges, my two distinguished panelists have already been introduced. So what I intend to do during this session, and we will keep strictly to the time, is to give 10 minutes each to the two panelists. Fortunately, we have only two, to give their opening thoughts on the subject matter. After that, I guess the audience will assist me to probe the subject further, either through contributions or to seek more clarifications from our panelists. So if that is okay with us, I request General Holtz to take the floor and then give us his thoughts. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Admirals, vice admirals, general officers, senior leaders, distinguished visitors, and partners. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to say thank you to the Ghanaian Armed Forces, especially the Ghanaian Navy, for this opportunity and the invitation to come to Imdec and to also participate in today's panel. I think probably most of you can tell that from the uniform, I am not in the Navy. I'm an aviator in the United States Air Force. But as I indicated earlier, I am the Deputy Director for the J5 at United States Africa Command located in Stuttgart, Germany. And so today, and when I kind of go over some of the answers, and I won't take up 10 minutes, but I'm going to look at through the lens that I've seen over the last 2 years of traveling across the continent of Africa and the time that I've spent here in the Gulf of Guinea region when it comes to security cooperation, and then ways that I believe we can work closer together. And you'll hear me kind of with a theme where I'll talk about collaboration and shared burden sharing and shared responsibilities. And it's good that we've heard that a lot in the previous discussions. So when we talk a little bit, there's two themes, there are two areas that were specific to this. It was modular and upgradable platforms, and then in-region maintenance and operations center. But like I said, I'll expand off of that. And I'll talk a little bit about what AFRICOM and how we've worked with partners to come up with more cost-effective solutions when it comes to maritime and really across the board maritime aviation and also ground force architecture. U.S. AFRICOM promotes the adoption of affordable mission-ready naval platforms across Africa through a strategy rooted in sustainability, interoperability, and partner nation ownership. We do that through partner-driven solutions. We work alongside African nations to identify naval platforms that align with their security priorities, their budget constraints, and existing infrastructures, ensuring solutions are operationally relevant and locally sustainable. I appreciated the comment earlier about Colin Powell, his comment about tell me or show me your budget and I'll tell you your strategy, and that is absolutely correct in today's environment. We also work under the modular and upgradable platforms. The command advocates for modular, open architecture vessel designs that can be adopted over time, extending operational lifespan and reducing long-term costs without requiring complete platform replacements. Potentially in the beginning, the cost is more, but over the duration of the life of the platform, costs go down because of the ease and efficiencies in upgrading it. The interoperability and regional commonality, and this goes along the lines of burden sharing and working across the lines with our African partners regionally. And that encourages the use of common systems among African partners to streamline training, maintenance, logistics, and combined operations, overall enhancing regional cooperation and cost efficiency. We really rely on this at United States Africa Command, and that's our exercises. It helps provide capacity building and sustainment through exercises like Obangami Express and the other express exercises around the entire continent of Africa, which deliver hands-on technical training, supports life cycle planning, and helps develop regional maintenance capabilities to reduce reliance on external support. And then the procurement and guidance and strategic engagement. We pride ourselves on advisory support on acquiring cost-effective assets, whether through excess defense articles, commercial options, or cooperative purchasing. Many of you have probably heard about foreign military sales. Continue to work with our partners through ways to finance and access the assets that they require. By advancing these priorities, AFRICOM helps African nations build resilient, self-sustaining maritime forces capable of addressing regional threats while maximizing long-term value of effectiveness. So now I'm going to shift to the other part, which talks about in-region maintenance and repair capacity. I kind of wrote down from our perspective what we see when we start developing in-region maintenance. And again, this applies across the spectrum, the domains of air, space, land, sea, and even cyber. It reduces the reliance on foreign contractors, developing local technical expertise and infrastructure, which allows African navies to conduct routine and even depot-level maintenance without outsourcing to costly foreign providers. This reduces delays, lowers costs, and minimizes logistical hurdles associated with shipping vessels or parts abroad for services. Number two, it improves fleet readiness and availability. Vessels can return to service faster when repairs are done regionally, leading to higher operational availability and more consistent maritime presence. It also provides shorter maintenance cycles, reduced downtime, and allows navies to maintain persistent surveillance and deterrence in their waters. I know there are maritime maintenance facilities in this region. I know there's opportunities to expand that across not just the Gulf of Guinea, but across the continent. And so there are opportunities, once again, to collaborate and define what the countries will be using and what they can share when it comes to similar naval assets. It also supports regional collaboration, which kind of segues from what I just said, where shared maintenance hubs and regional repair centers allow multiple countries to benefit pooled technical resources, reducing duplication and creating economies of scale. It also reinforces regional interoperability and mutual support. 5, it stimulates local industry and workforce development, investing in region shipyards, supply chains, and training programs. It creates economic opportunities, strengthens the defense industrial base, and builds a skilled maritime workforce. And then from an AFRICOM perspective, it supports our capacity building efforts through training, mentorship, and infrastructure development to ensure partners can sustain the platforms they acquire, enhancing mission effectiveness and long-term value. The bottom line is in-region maintenance and repair capacity is not just a technical necessity. It is a strategic investment in readiness, resilience, and regional autonomy. It allows African navies to maintain operational tempo, respond to emerging threats more rapidly, and sustain their maritime assets independently over time. Appreciate you listening to me this morning. I look forward to any questions you have, and then if you think of something later on, I'd be more than happy to answer a question in the sidebar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Very thought-provoking. He's giving us from the AFRICOM perspective. And before we go into the question session, we would want to listen to Dr. Kwaja. Please, your initial thoughts.
Thank you very much. I join my co-panelists in thanking the Chief of Naval Ghana Navy for the opportunity to be in this meeting today. I think my reflection is more about a reality check. And I will read. I said, though majority of the African states have maritime security interests that must be protected and for which having naval assets is essential, these countries are also confronted with far more human security challenges such as hunger and starvation, poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which impact on how they respond to their maritime security needs. And I'm raising this in the light of the conversation that has been going on in the last 10 years about fragility in the context of the African security architecture. Now, 2 years ago, the African Development Bank convened a major meeting to discuss the transition from fragility to resilience. Resilience here framed from the perspective of how Africa is able to respond to some of the shocks or vulnerabilities associated with its own security. And one of it is about how do we respond to naval security threats or maritime security threats in the context of the ever-expensive nature of naval assets when it comes to acquisition, management, or operations as we see across the continent. That, again, draws attention to the question about how we are able to either work as individual countries or work as groups of countries from the perspective of the regional economic groups that we have, or through the continental umbrella body that the African Union represents when it comes to identifying what the common maritime security threats are for Africa, the existing naval capacities that we have, and whether or not the focus is for Africa to focus on acquiring these naval assets, or there is a future agenda that Africa wants, and that agenda is to ensure that Africa becomes a major maritime superpower, not in terms of competition with other global actors, but that it is able to contain all the threats that other speakers have identified in terms of the transnational organized crimes, in terms of other issues around the role that global competition between other super actors is impacting on the reality that Africa faces when it comes to dealing with insecurity across the over 30,000 kilometer stretch of the coast that we are talking about. We are talking about a huge coast that Africa, as we sit today, is still grappling with how to really come to terms with the reality of dealing with these security challenges, as we see with the increased presence of partners that are coming in to support our own security realities. Now, what I have also reflected on is about the possibility of establishing regional hubs. We know we have them, but how effective are these regional hubs in terms of dealing with security situations within the Gulf of Guinea or the Gulf of Aden? Or are there opportunities for all these groups together to have one cohesive African maritime ecosystem that is able to deal with the vulnerabilities that we see? Now, from the perspective of what AFRICOM is doing, is it something that, let's assume that if AFRICOM is not there today, does Africa have the capacity to deploy cost-effective measures to deal with the present security realities we have? If we are not able to do that, what then should we do? And I think resource mobilization from the perspective of how our governments are able to prioritize maritime security becomes very central to this conversation. Yes, the issue for an average African is that governments are spending heavily on security. But the question is, which area of security is government spending on? I know and I recognize the competition among the services, Air Force, Army, and Navy. Which one should be the top priority? I think for me, identifying the top priority as a cost-effective way of dealing with our security issues is to look at where the threats are. And as we are able to do that, it makes it easy to tailor resources towards dealing with the immediate security challenges that we have. And as we sit here today, it is clear that our maritime security challenges becomes very key because that is where we see many of these terror groups, many of these organized criminal groups taking advantage of the vulnerabilities that exist in those areas to now launch some of the attacks in terms of even movement of drugs, movement of weapons, and other illicit goods. I will stop here and take on from other points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to say a big thank you to my panelists for being very watchful on the time. So we have received their initial thoughts. Before I pass this on to the audience, I have one pertinent question I want to ask each of our distinguished panelists. To General, I want to say Africa is very grateful. We are thankful for the great collaboration that we have enjoyed with the government of the United States, particularly in areas of capacity building, training, as well as equipment support, particularly these excess defense articles that we get. But the challenge we've had, particularly with the excess defense articles, as we mentioned, sometimes is the maintenance support. I know you have a lot of them across the region. Would AFRICOM or the US government support the construction of an MRO, maybe maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility somewhere in the region, a regional MRO, to ensure that we are able to maintain this equipment ourselves? Is this something that AFRICOM might be open to? And what has been your best practice, best success story, if you say best success story, particularly when it comes to excess defense articles to African countries?
Thank you for the question. So I think that over time there's been a shift in resources and availability that we can provide, and that's why we talk a lot more about being collaborative and sharing that responsibility. Over the 2 years, like I said, that I've been with United States Africa Command, and I've seen the capacity and the capability through our training, through our exercises, is really how we try and facilitate the importance of when that equipment is purchased, there has to be a sustainable maintenance, not just in the parts and the logistics piece of it, but with all the training. I'll give you some examples. There are areas where they have the equipment, it's in great shape, but over a short period of time, because we know in the maritime environment things can get beat up, and because of the salt water and that, it gets corroded very quickly. That equipment degrades, and what we find out is through two things: just not far enough forward looking when it comes to developing that training plan to make sure that you have not just maintainers, but you have people who can train the trainer. So our goal, and a great point that I took from you, was we don't want it to look like a reliance on United States Africa Command. We want to partner with African nations through getting them to a point of operational independence to be able to do all of this on their own and support in whatever way we can. And it's all founded on our shared strategic objectives. You know, we look a lot at counterterrorism, a lot of the transactional or transnational crimes that come across, piracy, illegal fishing, things that we can assist with and have assisted with. Those are some of those shared objectives that we have. So work in the training piece. The other one is it's critical that we work with our partners in developing those budgets that look forward again and determine what the scheduled maintenance requirements are on those pieces of equipment so that they don't end up being taken out of service. They've been in service too long and they've degraded beyond where it's overly expensive to actually repair and fix. So the answer of what AFRICOM's trying to do is really through that training for budgets, training the trainer, and helping partner countries determine how they can sustain the equipment longer.
Thank you very much for that. And then turning to Dr. Kwaja, some have advocated for developing strategic models such as defense leasing, public-private partnerships, and regional procurement frameworks. I would say in Ghana we have an experience. When I was Chief of Naval Staff, we had these offshore facilities, the oil and gas facilities, which it wasn't only about their security, but safety was critical to us as well because each one of them could hold up to 2 million barrels of crude. So if there is a major incident, you can imagine what kind of problem that would be. But the oil companies preferred this private maritime security model to protect these assets. But the Navy insisted on having our own platforms to do that. So our government, with the support of our government, we were able to lease offshore security vessels, which are still out there, and they are doing a great job in protecting them. There have been a lot of talks about this private maritime security and also issues about sovereignty. So, Doc, I know you were a member of the UN Working Group on Mercenaries, and you must have done some work on this private maritime security. What are your thoughts on them, and what should be the way forward dealing with it?
Thank you very much. In one of the reports we submitted to the UN General Assembly on private military and security companies in the context of maritime security globally was to draw attention to the fact that there is no legally binding instrument today that addresses issues around the activities of private military and security companies, which means that constitutes a gray area that if there is a problem with any of these companies, it becomes difficult to address issues about transparency and accountability in the context of what these actors are doing when it comes to the maritime security domain. As we speak right now, the countries are pushing for a legally binding instrument to ensure that all private military and security companies are subjected to international law that deals with issues relating to sanctions when it comes to infractions associated with their activities. Now, it's even more complicated for Africa, with the exception of South Africa, that has some national laws from the perspective of national security to deal with this issue. Many African countries are far behind when it comes to how they deal with this issue. Beyond the talk on sovereignty, the verbal conversation we see, when it comes to the paperwork, Africa is lagging behind on that. And that's also one area when it comes to the future of contracting in the context of the activities of private military and security companies. The whole question of even cyber mercenarism in the context of the cyberspace and how mercenaries are also becoming active actors in that context. Issues around surveillance, espionage, and others. As we look at the future of our maritime security domain, we must factor in the role of these non-state actors as they become more lethal and also more complex or sophisticated in the way they operate across the world. Thank you.
Very much. Very, very insightful. So at this stage, do you have something to add, General? I guess, okay. I will open the floor to the floor. I'll come for, if you have any clarifications you want to seek or contributions to make on this very pertinent matter, please You raise your hand. I believe there should be someone out there to moderate. Please, is there a moderator out there? We have just about 10 minutes to do this. We don't want to keep you too long from your tea break. So, my Admiral from Senegal, thank you very much. Please, your thoughts.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the panelists for their very relevant contribution to the topic. I want also to thank Admiral Yakub for his great leadership and his effective contribution to the development of a collective maritime security mechanism like the Yaoundé architecture we used to sit together, and to discuss on this topic, and your contribution were very, very effective in building this mechanism. I also really appreciate the ideas, Admiral, you developed in your insightful presentation. As you might know, Senegal Navy has received 3 modern OPVs, launching missiles, surface missiles, and anti-air missiles. And then my question is regarding what is going on in current conflict with the dronization of the battlefield. Do you think that the classic combat system based on missiles are still relevant? That's my question for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, first of all, let me thank Admiral Abdul Sene for your kind remarks about me, and I would invite General Halls to respond to the question. Thank you very much.
I was going to ask, could you please repeat that one more time, your question?
Now, could you repeat the question, please?
I repeat. Regarding what is going on in current conflict with the dronization of the battlefield, do you think that the classic combat system based on missiles are relevant, are still relevant to tackle the, threat like drones? That's my question.
Okay, I will, I'll address it by the drones and what we're seeing. So, not so much in the maritime space, but on land when it comes to terrorist activity. Violent extremist organizations are getting smarter, more technological in their capabilities, and so we're starting to see drone use as platforms that actually do release weapon systems. We realize the significance of that, and that is where a lot of the training that we try and provide allows them the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aspect to react to this new technology, to defend themselves, and eventually develop tactics, techniques, and procedures that allow them to actually go offensive towards those new advances in technology. That goes along the lines as well of cybersecurity, which is big in the financial realm as well, where we see areas that are required to fund terrorist activities, such as in the Sahel region especially. But when it comes to drones specifically, there are advancements, and militaries on the ground have to develop those tactics to defend themselves, to observe, and then be able to actually communicate the threat that's out there. And then again, eventually, some countries have already built the capability to defend themselves and react, but I think there's a lot of space where we have to do more. What I'll say in the maritime side is there are a lot of requests specifically to extend the range of naval assets. And so we get into the problem set of range. So if there's a vessel that's several kilometers out in front of one of your vessels, they want to try and track it down, figure out who it is, identify who it is. They don't have the capacity to reach out and identify the platform. So we see requests for manned aircraft, such as Cessna 208s with sensors on it, all the way to unmanned aerial vehicles. But a lot of times, those drones, those UAVs, if you're doing line of sight, doesn't have the distance that they want. So then we get into needing to use satellite and SATCOM to navigate and go beyond that line of sight. There, I know in the booth next door, there's an example of a new exquisite platform that's doing something similar to that and has the capability of extending through satellite capabilities. So I hope that answered at least some of your question, and if I didn't, I'd be more than happy to follow up.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me take from Admiral Farouk. Yeah.
So,
Hello. Yeah. Thank you.
okay, my question.
Admiral Farouk here, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Kingsley Ohinabamo. I represent Civil Society Coalition for African Continental Free Trade Area and also Asante Foundation for Africa Peace and Development. My first question goes to Dr. Chris. As part of your submission, how can we advance the advocacy for Africa at the AU level to harmonize, coordinate the activities of all state actors at the regional, national to the regional levels across Africa? Looking at the after, maritime transport is very key. How do we ensure that Africa as a continent begins to initiate continental policies, programs at the regional level that will coordinate together all the regional to the continental level? That is one question. And my other question goes to...
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the question is about how to advance. And the role of civil society in this context is very key, and I'm happy, Kingsley, you raised it and you belong to that category. Engagement, strategic engagement with the African Union is very key. Civil society organizations across Africa need to also pick interest in security issues. It's not just about democracy, governance, elections, and all that. You need to also prioritize security issues as something that we need to invest in when it comes to strategic engagement with the African Union, with the respective naval institutions in our respective countries. That is not being done in a way that amplifies or raises the bar when it comes to the current conversation about how we can collectively work towards advancing our agenda of ensuring that our maritime security considerations are given the kind of attention that needs to be. The media is also a very strategic tool in that context. For instance, defense reporting. How many of these media agencies or institutions or actors are picking interest in defense reporting with a view to understanding what the issues are when it comes to maritime security and where the point of convergence will be between the naval institutions, civil society, the African Union, ECOWAS, and other regional economic groups within the African continent. So I think these are key pathways that I think we need to explore with a view to invest in.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question from Admiral Farouk, and we'll bring the session to a close.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, sir.
Vice Admiral Yakubu, and also Brigadier General Schultz, and as well as Dr. Chris Kwaja. I think you practically took the words right out of my mouth, especially when you talked about the issue of the excess defense article, which has been one of the, should I say, is a supportive measure and also has become like a challenge for most of the countries within the African region, especially. And particularly why I'm still hammering on this issue is because of, as much as we appreciate of the assistance or the support from the United States government, we've discovered that most of what you give us within this context of the excess defense article are vessels that, of course, we have been able to use them, but in terms of the maintenance issue, like you mentioned, it has always become a very big challenge. One of the reasons why we are looking at is the issue of the spare parts for some of these vessels. We discover that in most cases, most of the supply lines of some of these vessels have actually either they have been closed down or they are a little bit obsolete in a way. So in as much as we appreciate that, is there any way we can also make it in such a way that some of these things can be made available to us, or whatever it is we are getting through this defense article can be supported back home with maybe the manufacturers, OEMs, so that we'll be able to maintain and be able to have these vessels or facilities serviceable for a very long time, so that we can use them to be able to assist us in what the challenges we're having in the maritime environment. Very, very important. And also just to mention regarding the issue of the private security maritime, this is an initiative that came up basically because of the vastness of the Gulf of Guinea region. I mean, there's a saying that says security belongs to everybody, not just, so if the issue of collaboration among all the maritime nations, putting resources together to be able to police the entire Gulf of Guinea region still might not be enough because of the vastness. And that is the reason whereby some of these private security maritime companies were allowed to be able to come in so that they can assist. But however, the issue of regulation is very important. And that is why in Nigeria, as you're aware, we're trying to see the possibility of the Nigerian Navy regulating some of these companies, so as to be able to monitor and ensure that they do exactly what the Constitution, what they are what do you call it, they are supposed to do. And so it's very also important that that also be looked in, and let's see how we can also harness that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think most of it is in the form of contribution, unless Brigadier General also wants to say something more. I know you've spoken about EDA already. If you have something to add on that.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. When it comes to excess defense articles, that is one of those possible issues because it's an older asset, but a lot of times it has an extended service life, but parts can definitely become a problem. That is something that our country team, through our Office of Security Cooperation, located within our embassies, also through the agencies, because obviously we don't do things very quickly at times. It takes time, and it's really to ensure that the partner understands some possible challenges when it comes to logistics and supply chain challenges associated with that. So that my advice, just to continue to work with our OSCs to find alternatives, but when making an excess defense articles acquisition, making sure you fully understand that there might be parts or certain aspects of that acquisition that may have to be fabricated, for example, by your own service. But thank you for the question, or the comments rather.
Thank you very much. This has been a very insightful session. What has come out clearly is that because of disruptions in the global environment, the kind of support that we normally get from our partners is not going to be coming as it is. So Africa needs to start looking inwards, particularly for regionalization, regional cooperation, sharing of resources, as well as in-region collaboration. So on behalf of the Ghana Navy and our partners, Great Minds, I want to thank my panelists for an excellent rendition. Thank you for educating us on this very pertinent issue. And I also want to thank the audience for your contributions and patience. We don't want to keep you from your coffee break. Understand we have run out of time. So thank you very much. And I'll just request that we have a group photo before we leave the stage. Thank you. A big hand for the panelists, please.
Shall we please put our hands together for the moderator and the panelists? We are not doing too well with our time. I know there are a number of hands up, but I'll request that during the coffee break, we could do one-on-one questions and clarifications. Meanwhile, there will be VIP meetings, VIPs and technology providers at the officers' mess during the coffee break. So all chiefs of Navy and deputy chiefs of Navy are kindly requested, after taking their coffee, to meet with the technology providers for a short interaction. I also kindly request that we come back by 12:10 so we can be seated and be sure that by 12:20 we can take off, finish on time, and hopefully those who would want to go and see town before they leave Ghana will do so. Thank you so much for your cooperation and for your time with us. Sir.
sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination ACCRA, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards, over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials, over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards, over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials, over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards, over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials, over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards, over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials, over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards, over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana. Waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defence Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. the largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40...
Permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed, over.
Permission granted.
Destination Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend, over.
Permission granted.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to continue today's program, and I'll kindly request that we take our seats. Thank you so much, the Navy Band. With the chief host in our midst, I request that we continue where we left off. Thank you. The next presentation is on bridging the divide, understanding the interplay between maritime safety and security. And to handle this topic is Captain Sunday Umuron, the Secretary General, Abuja MOU, Nigeria. Captain Sunday started his career as a private cadet in the then Nautical College of Nigeria, now Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, and was later employed in the cadetship program of the defunct Nigerian National Shipping Line. Upon his graduation from the Arab Maritime and Transport Academy in Egypt, he was promoted to the rank of 4th officer and later served as a 3rd officer before the company was liquidated. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm applause, shall we welcome Captain Sunday Umuru. And as usual, sir, you have 20 minutes. Thank you so much, sir.
A very good afternoon to all here present, the chief host, the CNS, all dignitaries here present. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I will be presenting on the topic, Bridging the Divide, Understanding the Interplay between Maritime Safety and Security. We can also rephrase it to Maritime Safety and Security, a Delicate Balance. Or we can also go further to put it this way, the overlapping current of maritime safety and security. First, let me just point it out again, that Abuja MOU is actually not a Nigerian thing. It is a regional body, part of International Maritime Organization, that is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that no substandard vessels sail between the region. The whole world is divided into 9 regions. Ours is for West and Central African regions, spanning from Mauritania down to South Africa, with the 2 islands, Cape Verde and Sao Tome inclusive. So first we need to look back at the program. Who are the invitees? Who are the so-called stakeholders in this house? The military, maritime administrations, port authority, and the rest. So you have maritime security, maritime safety. And the big question is, what's the relationship? Before progressing, I want to highlight the fact that every country is at liberty to have any model that works for them, which means both responsibilities can be handled by a particular ministry, or it could be split at any point the country wants. So maritime activities, as usually highlighted by UNCTAD and the rest, underpins over 80% of global trade. By the mere fact that 80% of global trade is covered by maritime transportations, we have protocols and security regimes. We have a lot of incidents out there ranging from collisions, as in two ships, two moving things colliding, and there's also what we call a lesion, a moving thing colliding with a stationary object. We have oil spills, we have piracy, cyber attacks, and of course, all these are inimical to commerce and in some cases with consequences affecting the coastal communities, the littoral state. So bridging the safety-security divide requires a holistic view that treats these functions as complement rather than competing. So somewhere along the line we'll see it almost like the case of the hen and the egg, which one came first? But anyway, that case was resolved by one university in the UK. It's actually the hen that came first. Maritime safety, maritime security. So maritime safety covers all practices, regulations, and measures implemented to prevent accidents, protect lives, safeguard the vessels, as in the assets, and avoid environmental damages to the sea. So generally we will say it covers operational risk. However, maritime security covers the protection of ship again, the cargo, the port, and the maritime infrastructures from unlawful activities. Unlawful activities. Some will say intentional, but we'll get there later. Unlawful activities like piracy, terrorism, smuggling, and other security threats. So here you talk about operational risk on the safety side and protection from unlawful acts on the security aspect. So that's the distinction, the basic distinction. The concept, maritime safety concept, will cover life, property from accident and environmental hazards and operational failures. And the scope will be navigation, vessel standard, as in how is the vessel constructed. Because if it's not properly constructed, it is actually a hazard. And of course, the crew training. Manpower is critical at sea. So much focus is being put on crew training. And of course, the outcome. Imagine a 100,000-ton vessel getting involved in an accident around your coast. Even if it is in the Gulf of Guinea, the spill-off effect can actually get to the coast of America. That's how close we are. And of course, for maritime security, it's their protection of from intentional, unlawful acts, piracy, terrorism, smuggling, and the rest. So maritime safety focuses on protection of life, the crew living condition, property, marine environment, and the rest from accidents. The concerns, the focus is what? On accident, collision, fires, grounding, allision, and the rest, mechanical failures of the vessel. Weather condition, because weather hazard can also, you know what we call the perils of sea. Weather condition can also be a major hazard. Pollution prevention, an outcome from accident or incident, and compliance with safety standards. International Maritime Organization is an arm of United Nations, tasked with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of vessels. However, the other aspect of the vessel of safety is the crew aspect, and that is part of the International Labour Organization under the what we call the MLC 2006 Convention. So for maritime security, the focus, like we said, it's on intentional unlawful acts, covering piracy, armed robbery, terrorism, smuggling, and the rest. Both maritime safety and maritime security cover the notion, the bedrock, the common ground is what? Incident. An incident serves as an intersection point between both. So the key difference for safety is unintentional. For security, it's intentional. Not really key difference. There's a thin line between the two, but at this stage, let's take it that way. So the intentional threats, the intentional threats are accidents occurring on board the vessels. It will cover willful misconduct, sabotage, or terrorism, if done for political or violent reasons. It could fall under maritime terrorism or acts of political, financial, or personal reasons. Scuttling, as in just sinking a vessel because you want to do it. Intentional grounding and beaching. Beaching is actually intentionally taking a vessel to the beach. Beach is for people, not for ships. And of course, insurance fraud. Negligence is also there. Incompetence. You recall I said something about the crew. Crew aspect, crew training is critical to maritime safety. You can have the best systems, you can have the best protocols, best vessel builds ever. That weak link remains human. And of course, autonomous vessel is coming up to address that issue. So there's also the issue of malpractice, a professional not being a professional. So here are the guiding principles, the mandate for maritime safety. The key mandates are from international maritime organizations and ILO. We have what we call the 5 pillars of maritime safety. So they are all highlighted here. IMO SOLAS, International Convention on the Safety of Life at Sea. SOLAS, this sets safety standards for ships, including life-saving equipment and emergency procedures. K, that's #1 convention when it comes to maritime safety, followed by maritime pollution, International Convention on Prevention of Pollution from Ships, as amended, followed closely by STCW, the training and certification of crew, and of course, ISM code is there, and the MLC, Maritime Labour Convention of 2006, which is an ILO convention. For maritime security, UNCLOS, United Nations Convention of IAS from SOLAS is also part of it, and Barrister Peter did talk about port security, ship security and port security covered under ISPS code and the SWA Convention. So that's the bridge. Maritime safety and maritime security. We've highlighted SOLAS, ISPS code for security-based. UNCLOS is there, IMO and ILA, International Association of Lighthouse Authority, promote integration of standards and protocols. So where do they meet? And where do they diverge? As we said, both aim to safeguard people, property, and the marine environment. Divergence, safety is rooted in technical standards and human error reduction. Security addresses malicious threats. The interplay between the two is in safety breaches. Safety breaches can lead to security risk. Example, poorly maintained vessels being hijacked. Or, look at it this way, a vessel that is steaming around the coast and all of a sudden pirates are attacking. If the crew are disorganized, what happens? They could even run and leave the vessel running. So security risk resulting in the safety risk. So imagine this being a tanker loaded with a ship was left adrift. Adrift means not under control, just moving under the influence of the elements. Ship left adrift with minimal control, creating both security crisis and safety emergency. So what are the things that we noted there? Loss of navigational control, which is actually a collision risk. Delayed rescue operation due to unsafe condition highlighted the need. This case highlighted the need for onboard safety drills and anti-piracy protocols being adhered to. Case 3 is the cyber attack of Maersk Line, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, that cost almost $200 to $300 million. Their system was attacked, and all the terminals in over 600 sites were affected. So the safety aspect here is there. The security aspect also there. Both of them play a role there. So cybersecurity here, a security function impacted critical safety systems like navigation and ship communication. Of course, with this automated system, deliveries were affected. So this demonstrated growing convergence of digital safety and physical security in maritime operations. Case 4, the explosion at Beirut port. Fertilizer was stored, not properly taken care of. Of course, the explosion blew up a lot of places. Usually, naval ports, naval jetties are always almost adjacent to seaports. So imagine if you had your naval port close to a place like this, the submarines, the frigates, and all the boats would have gone too. So you could see the interplay between safety and security. So the strategic benefit of integrating both. The key benefits: significant reduction or elimination of incidents and accidents, 0 fatalities, no financial liabilities, and no harm to the marine environment. Ultimately, it means no tears, nobody weeps. Every life matters. So nobody weeps either from fatality or financial losses, no sorrow and no regret. So that's the part where faster response to emergencies, reduce duplication of resources, improve crew protection and risk management, stronger resilience against hybrid threats like cyber attacks and the rest, and of course, unified maritime governance. Challenges in integrating maritime safety. Recall I said something about the models any country will want to adopt. In some countries, these are resident under one umbrella. At other countries, it is partitioned. There may be that interdepartmental friction. So institutional silo. If I'm given the responsibility of maritime safety, the other guy is given what you call maritime safety responsibility. There may be that friction. I want to be the boss. I want to handle every aspect. So there is institutional silo. There's lack of interoperable system. AIS, radar, MDA, maritime domain awareness, often don't communicate across agencies. Funding and training gaps, regulatory overlaps and gaps, fragmented industry responses, and many more. So what are the roles? What role does the industry need to play in bridging the safety and insecurity? Integrate safety and security compliance. Invest in crew training and drills. Share incident data. Investigate incidents and accidents. Adapt smart technology, AI and the rest. Promote safety and security culture. Recommendations for policymakers. Thank God the generals, the admirals are all here. Policymakers, what do we need to do? We need to form a National Safety and Security Coordination Council. Can be called anything. We need to invest in dual-purpose technologies. We need to establish joint maritime command centers. We need to create integrated training programs. We need to encourage PPP and eliminate silo mentality. Note, maritime crimes often start ashore and are often international in nature. I can see the time manager is, she's showing me some color. I'm colorblind. What color is that? That's white, okay. White means continue. So much like the classic question of which comes first, chicken or the egg, we must ask, which should take priority, maritime safety or maritime security? Maritime safety and maritime security are both critical, but serve different purposes. Determining which should come first depends on the situation and priorities. However, from the foundation and chronological aspect, maritime safety typically comes first. Safety is the baseline requirement for all operations. Security builds up on a foundation of safety. Regulatory and training framework prioritizes safety first. SOLAS, like I said, is the key convention. Both maritime safety and maritime security are interdependent. However, the watchword, a safety breach, example, pirates boarding a vessel can create safety risk, which I had highlighted much earlier. I'm there. That is what we call BMP, Best Management Practices. Currently, we have 2 running. It's a practical tool developed in response to maritime security threats informed by both safety and security aspects. The first one we have is, it integrates safety measures to reduce risk to crew and ships. It also reflects a coordinated approach where safety and security come together. These are the things you can get from best management practices. Like I said, there are two major ones. BMP5, which is the updated version, covers Red Sea, Gulf of Eden, and Indian Ocean. And for us, we have what we call BMP WA, which is best management practices to deter piracy and enhance maritime security in West and Central African region. While BMP is rooted in maritime security concerns, particularly anti-piracy, it reflects the intersection of safety and security protocols, making it a vital operational framework for safeguarding vessels in high-risk area. This is still on the best management practices, the flowchart, so I'll leave that. The slide will be available to all, so you can always go through. So, conclusion. Maritime safety and maritime security are two sides of the same coin. Bridging the divide between them transform reactive responses into proactive protection. This integration is not a choice, it is a necessity for protecting people, property, and prosperity at sea. Integration cuts costs, saves lives, and protects trade. Call to action. Break the silos, build bridges, and reap the best of blue economy. Thank you very much. And I'm not going to take questions, but I'll call it, let's learn from each other. So if you have anything to throw back to me, I'm ready to take.
Thank you very much, Captain Sunday Umorin, for engaging us on the topic, Bridging the Divide, Understanding the Interplay Between Maritime Safety and Security. Shall we please give it up to him one more time? Our next speaker is a Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, Cameroon Navy, in the person of Captain Francis M. Nganwa. His presentation will focus on securitizing the Gulf of Guinea, the importance of international cooperation. Captain Nganwa is a telecommunication specialist born in Cameroon on July 20, 1969, and entered service with the Navy late September 1991. He entered the French Naval Academy at Brest in 1989 after a competitive examination conducted in Cameroon. He then graduated from the school with a Navy Officer of the Deck qualification diploma. He has then attained several military schools and obtained military diplomas from Unit Commander certification in Yaoundé through a War College degree in Germany in 2025. He started his career as a midshipman on board the patrol vessel Audacio and took command of Alfred Moto patrol ship based in Douala 10 years later. After serving at sea for years, he has then been appointed as the Deputy Commander of the 21st Combat Fleet. He also occupied positions of Deputy Commander of Limbe and Douala Naval Bases. In 2014, he has been nominated as the Navy Chief of Operations in the Naval Headquarters, where he served for 2 years and took the head of Logistics Department afterward. In 2020, he was appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Surface Forces, which crossed an ocean for the first time up to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil 2022. Captain Nganwa has participated in 15 military campaigns, especially the Delta Operation from 1995 to 2008. He has been appointed Deputy Chief of Naval Staff since March 2023. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Captain Francis M. Nganwa.
distinguished admirals, especially the Chief of Naval Staff of the hosting nation, generals, air marshals, due to the fact that English is my third language after the native one and German, I will speak in French. Excuse me for that. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués participants, en vos qualités, grades et rangs respectifs, tout protocole respecté. J'aimerais commencer par exprimer ma gratitude aux organisateurs pour cette invitation de mon pays, le Cameroun, à ce sommet naval. Je me sens particulièrement honoré de l'opportunité qui m'a été offerte par le contre-amiral Mendoa Jean, le chef d'état-major de la marine camerounaise, de partager avec vous son point de vue sur un sujet qui lui tient tant à cœur, qui est celui de la sécurité maritime dans le golfe de Guinée. Dans un contexte de vive tension internationale, empreinte de mutations géopolitiques et économiques, la question serait de savoir quelle contribution apporter aux discussions sur les problématiques maritimes contemporaines. J'aimerais rappeler ici 2 points majeurs. Premièrement, le golfe de Guinée est important pour le monde de par sa position géographique et ses ressources naturelles. Ensuite, la coopération internationale est essentielle au développement de la région et pourrait l'aider à jouer sa partition pour la promotion de la paix, de la prospérité mondiale. La première partie de mon intervention est consacrée à une présentation sommaire du golfe de Guinée, car je pense qu'il serait bon, dès le départ, que nous ayons une compréhension commune de sa position et de son étendue sur la carte du monde. Selon les sources que vous consultez, vous trouverez des limites différentes pour le golfe de Guinée. Certains le réduisent énormément à la conception et à la politique maritime de leurs communautés économiques respectives. Ces millions d'habitants représentent un gros marché pour le commerce mondial et assurent à la région une disponibilité permanente de main-d'œuvre. Avec autant de pays concernés, il est souvent difficile de parvenir à un consensus. Mais une fois ce consensus trouvé, la voix de la région est plus prépondérante. La solidarité entre les États membres et la force collective qu'ils peuvent projeter sont particulièrement importantes au regard des enjeux maritimes et des menaces communes auxquelles nous sommes confrontés. Le golfe de Guinée est littéralement au centre du monde, car l'équateur et le méridien de Greenwich le traversent. À travers ces routes maritimes, la région est reliée au reste du monde. Ces routes ne sont pas certainement les plus fréquentées, mais sont essentielles pour l'économie de la région. Quotidiennement, environ 2000 navires transitent dans cet espace et ce chiffre pourrait s'accroître si les tensions persistent en mer Rouge. Certaines compagnies ont d'ores et déjà annoncé l'augmentation au double de leur fret maritime due à la nécessité de contourner le continent africain à travers le golfe de Guinée. Les eaux du golfe de Guinée abritent des ressources énormes, essentielles au développement économique de la région. L'exploitation et la protection de ces ressources sont des préoccupations constantes des pays riverains. Ces préoccupations sont d'autant plus légitimes au vu de l'intérêt grandissant des puissances traditionnelles comme l'Europe, la Russie et les États-Unis, mais aussi des puissances montantes comme la Chine et le Brésil, qui cherchent toutes des partenariats en vue d'exploiter les ressources naturelles de la région, mais aussi étendre leur sphère d'influence pour potentiellement se garantir un positionnement géographique avantageux en cas de conflit. Tout en bénéficiant de la compétition économique entre nos partenaires, nous devons nous assurer que le golfe de Guinée ne deviendrait pas le théâtre d'une confrontation future. L'essentiel à s'assurer un développement durable à travers des réserves considérables de pétrole et de minerais rares est non négligeable. Malgré son potentiel reconnu, la région accuse un certain retard politico-stratégique sur le plan maritime pour plusieurs raisons. L'une d'elles est l'absence d'une stratégie maritime cohérente dans plusieurs pays, y compris le mien, le Cameroun. De telles stratégies permettraient une gestion optimale des ressources et activités maritimes pour un développement économique durable, communément appelé l'économie bleue. Un document de stratégie maritime pour le développement de l'économie bleue définirait les objectifs prioritaires de l'État, les voies et les moyens pour les atteindre, ainsi que les rôles et responsabilités des différentes parties prenantes. Il encouragerait la recherche marine pour déterminer la qualité et la quantité des ressources et regarderait au-delà de la sécurité pour couvrir tous les aspects de la gouvernance maritime. Certains États, comme la Côte d'Ivoire de mon ancien ici présent et le Gabon, ont fait des avancées notables sur cette voie, mais la plupart des États de la région ont du mal à suivre cet exemple. Un autre défi est la mobilisation des ressources pour la recherche, le renforcement des capacités humaines et matérielles, ainsi que le financement des opérations de police et de défense maritime. Face aux défis pressants de sécurité à terre, beaucoup d'États de la région ont du mal à investir dans le domaine maritime, même en sachant que cet investissement serait rentable à long terme. Le dernier défi, et non des moindres, est d'assurer la sécurité et la sûreté maritime. La piraterie et le brigandage maritime sont spectaculaires, mais il y a d'autres menaces potentiellement plus dévastatrices à long terme, telles que la pêche illégale non déclarée et non réglementée, ou la pollution qui continue d'inquiéter les pays de la région. Pour permettre le développement économique dans un environnement libre et sécurisé, les pays du Golfe de Guinée se sont mis ensemble pour concevoir une stratégie régionale qui tient compte de la nature transfrontalière des menaces sus-évoquées. Dans cette deuxième partie de mon exposé, je parlerai du niveau d'implémentation de cette stratégie et des défis actuels. Suite à une forte hausse des incidents de piraterie dans le Golfe de Guinée, suscitant l'inquiétude de la communauté internationale et provoquant 2 résolutions du Conseil des Nations Unies, les chefs d'État et de pays de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest se sont réunis pour adopter une stratégie commune qui, essentiellement, appelle à la création des zones opérationnelles multilatérales entre les pays voisins et le partage d'informations entre les zones. Conscient du fait qu'il serait plus facile de construire des arrangements sécuritaires autour des institutions économiques communautaires longtemps établis, les chefs d'État ont décidé de la création d'un centre interrégional de coordination pour faciliter l'harmonisation des lois et procédures, mais aussi pour assurer une circulation fluide de l'information entre l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre. La zone D du Golfe de Guinée, active depuis 2009, a été prise pour modèle d'organisation pour la conduite des opérations multilatérales. L'idée étant de regrouper tous les pays de la région en zones similaires afin d'assurer que les pirates et autres criminels ne trouveront pas de sanctuaire dans nos espaces maritimes. La zone D, qui regroupe le Cameroun, mon pays, la Guinée équatoriale, le Gabon et Sao Tomé et Principe, conduit des opérations multilatérales depuis septembre 2009. Loin d'être un mécanisme autonome et plénipotentiaire, elle a été conçue pour compléter les patrouilles maritimes nationales et pour régler les difficultés posées par le droit de poursuite au-delà des eaux territoriales. Les pays membres se sont accordés à placer des moyens navals sous le contrôle opérationnel du Centre multinational de coordination et d'autoriser que ces moyens puissent traverser les frontières maritimes et entrer dans les eaux territoriales des États membres sans préavis. L'avantage évident de ce droit de poursuite est qu'il permet de lutter contre l'impunité des pirates et criminels dès qu'ils traversent la frontière maritime d'un autre pays. Bien évidemment, ce type d'arrangement nécessite un niveau de confiance assez élevé pour permettre à un navire militaire d'un pays de patrouiller librement dans les autres de l'autre État membre. D'autres modèles tels que l'embarquement des officiers des différents pays à bord d'un navire ou le déploiement simultané des navires de chaque pays pour des patrouilles conjointes existent s'ils permettent également d'atteindre des résultats similaires. Nous trouvons le modèle appliqué dans la zone D moins contraignant et moins coûteux. Depuis l'implémentation des opérations multilatérales, la zone 2 demeure relativement stable malgré l'insuffisance du nombre de navires mis à sa disponibilité et l'absence de moyens de surveillance aériens pour couvrir efficacement les eaux des 4 pays membres. Le cas du navire marchand MV Bibiana en 2012 et celui du navire océanographique Sarkim Barka en 2016 font partie de son success story. Les différents niveaux de l'architecture de sécurité maritime du Golfe de Guinée soulignent le rôle stratégique des communautés économiques régionales ainsi que le rôle fédérateur du Centre interrégional de coordination. Elle montre aussi que ces arrangements multinationaux tirent leur force des capacités individuelles et des États membres. Pour mieux contribuer au fonctionnement de l'architecture de sécurité régionale, il est important que le renforcement des capacités navales commence à l'échelon national, même s'il est vrai que ce développement devrait s'effectuer à tous les niveaux. Là où je pense que nous pouvons avoir le plus grand impact, c'est au niveau des zones, en leur donnant des moyens pour la conduite des opérations multilatérales. 10 ans plus tôt, quand l'architecture était conçue, les capacités dans la région étaient très basses, mais elles se sont accrues de façon considérable. Aujourd'hui, par exemple, tous les États côtiers disposent d'un centre des opérations maritimes. En outre, on a observé une augmentation considérable des acquisitions des moyens navals et des systèmes de surveillance, ce qui a contribué à la réduction des crimes maritimes. Le développement des capacités dans la région est en constante progression. Cependant, le manque de confiance entre les États est le facteur le plus significatif qui réduit l'efficacité de l'architecture de sécurité maritime dans le Golfe de Guinée. Au niveau national, il faut que la confiance entre les différentes parties prenantes afin que l'État puisse fédérer leurs efforts au profit de la gouvernance maritime. Au niveau régional, la confiance est d'autant plus primordiale car les arrangements sécuritaires nécessitent que chacun cède un peu de sa souveraineté, comme le démontrent les accords de la zone D décrits plus haut. L'absence d'une collaboration franche entre les pays de la région et certains partenaires internationaux devient de plus en plus un facteur limitant. L'industrie maritime internationale, par exemple, est une partie prenante importante dans la région, mais elle reste très distante des arrangements sécuritaires. La rapprocher des acteurs locaux changerait sûrement la donne dans la lutte contre la piraterie et le brigandage maritime. Ce climat, marqué par le manque de confiance, a un impact négatif à tous les niveaux d'implémentation de la stratégie et s'est manifesté ces derniers temps par la multiplication des initiatives parallèles ou même contradictoires à la stratégie régionale prescrite par les plus hautes instances, la task force du Golfe de Guinée qui est encore en gestation, ainsi que la présence maritime coordonnée, CMP de l'Union européenne, en sont deux exemples. J'aimerais clôturer mon exposé en soulignant l'importance de la coopération internationale dans le Golfe de Guinée. Elle a eu un grand impact par le passé et devrait continuer à être un facteur clé si, ensemble, nous arrivons à l'arrimer aux aspirations des pays de la région. Parlant de l'impact positif de la coopération internationale, le renforcement des capacités est de plus en plus apprécié, surtout dans les domaines de la formation du personnel et de l'acquisition des matériels et équipements. Toutefois, des efforts sont encore à consentir car la région n'a pas encore les rudiments d'une base industrielle militaire navale. À travers des partenariats, les nouvelles institutions mises en place dans la région ont bénéficié du soutien des instances plus anciennes à travers le monde. Malheureusement, à côté de ces points positifs, il y a des points négatifs non négligeables qui amoindrissent l'impact de la coopération internationale dans la région. Presque tous ont été évoqués quand je parlais des défis, mais j'aimerais ici revenir sur un cas que je trouve personnellement assez troublant. C'est l'idée d'amener des forces extérieures pour venir conduire une action unilatérale de coopération dans le Golfe de Guinée au mépris des initiatives locales. La présence maritime coordonnée de l'Union européenne est perçue comme une force de substitution aux forces locales à qui on ne fait pas assez confiance pour assurer la sécurité maritime. La nature de son action unilatérale nous amène à nous questionner sur les intentions réelles. Est-elle là pour protéger les intérêts européens? Et si oui, quels sont ces intérêts pour lesquels nous ne pouvons pas travailler ensemble? Les perspectives d'avenir sont très simples. Renforcer les points positifs et travailler ensemble pour amoindrir les points négatifs. Il y a des signes encourageants qui laissent espérer que le changement voulu est en cours, surtout venant des nouveaux partenaires de la région. Ce changement est poussé par une demande instante des pays de la région et soutenu par les partenaires qui souhaitent devancer leurs rivaux. Pouvons-nous trouver le moyen d'aligner les intérêts externes et ceux de la région? Pouvons-nous travailler ensemble pour renforcer les capacités des pays de la région et transférer la technologie qui permettrait à ce qu'ils assurent par eux-mêmes la sécurité maritime dans cette partie du monde au profit de tous? Pour exemple, le renforcement des capacités des chantiers navals locaux avec l'appui des partenaires extérieurs sont ce que nous espérons développer au lieu de rester de simples consommateurs au bas de l'échelle. La voie à prendre, c'est celle où nous unissons nos forces pour soutenir la stratégie régionale. Une voie sur laquelle les pays africains pilotent et les partenaires soutiennent. Un moyen d'y arriver serait la réduction de la distance entre l'industrie maritime internationale et les acteurs locaux. Cela améliorerait considérablement le partage de l'information et la mutualisation des moyens pour la sécurité maritime qui est un objectif commun. Mon appel de fin est que nous donnions une chance à la stratégie régionale du Golfe de Guinée. Si elle échoue, nous pourrons tous nous retourner vers un plan B. Cela implique de la patience pendant le développement des capacités locales et un soutien significatif pour un développement plus rapide de ces capacités, poursuivre des stratégies parallèles dispersent nos ressources et détruisent la confiance. Donner une chance à la stratégie régionale implique aussi la tenue des discussions franches, comme celle-ci, sur nos aspirations et nos craintes pour qu'on puisse avancer ensemble. On dit que seul, on va vite, ensemble, on va plus loin. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention et espère avoir vos contributions qui seront sûrement très enrichantes. Merci bien.
Merci beaucoup, mon capitaine. Shall we please put our hands together once again for him? We are gradually drawing the curtain down on the 4th edition of the International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference 2025. We have our last session, and that is on addressing the impact of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing on Africa's maritime economy. And to handle this very interesting topic is Rear Admiral Peter Kofi Feidu. Rear Admiral Peter Kofi Feidu was commissioned into the Ghana Navy Executive Corps in 1981 as the best naval cadet. He has held several appointments, both leadership and command appointments that time will not permit us to go through, but suffice to say that he rose all the way to become the Chief of the Naval Staff, the highest rank in the Ghana Navy, where he provided strategic leadership, not only to the Ghana Navy, but also contributed effectively to regional maritime security efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Rear Admiral Feidu. Yes, sir. So to the panelists to support Rear Admiral Feidu to handle this topic are Professor Ben Betty Campion, Rear Admiral Beard Carrington, and Dr. Chris Kwaja. Professor Ben Betty Campion is the Executive Director of Fisheries Commission, Ghana. Until his appointment, he was an Associate Professor at the Department of Fisheries and Watershed Management of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, Ghana. He has for over 20 years been teaching and conducting research in the university. His areas of academic interest are fisheries management, oceanography and coastal zone management, aquatic resource ecology, wetlands, resource and conflict management, climate geography, adaptation, and resilience. Shall we please, okay, Prof is already up, so my co-MC will continue with the other two and we'll put our hands together for them.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have Rear Admiral B.A. Chartin, Deputy Operations Admiral to Cléquin, French Navy. Rear Admiral Yann B.A. Chartin, former commanding officer of the frigate La Touche-Treville, currently serves as Deputy for Operations to the Commander of the Atlantic Maritime Zone in the French Navy. He has been actively involved in presenting France's commitment in the Gulf of Guinea with a particular emphasis on combating illegal fishing and supporting Operation Coram. Most recently, in June 2025, he took part in the planning of the regional exercise Grand African Nemo during a conference held in Bre. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have Dr. Chris Kwaja. He is a professor of international relations and strategic studies Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, Modibo Adama University, Nigeria. Professor Kwaja is currently the Special Envoy on Peace and Security to the Governor of Plateau State. He assumed the responsibility on the 18th April 2025. Prior to that, at various times, he served as Senior Advisor for Africa, Senior Research and Strategy Officer, as well as Country Director, Nigeria, with the United States Institute of Peace, a United States quasi-government institution dedicated to the pursuit of peace globally. He is a professor of international relations and strategic studies at the Center for Peace and Security Studies, Modibo Adama University in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please give it up for our panelists?
Our chief host, the CNS of Ghana, all the very senior admirals, generals, invited guests, and the general public who are here, I note that our population has dwindled considerably towards this last stage. But I assure you that this session is going to be very interesting, and so you will be possible to keep awake until we finish. I want to thank all of you for coming, going through this inclement weather this morning, which still persists, and I thank you for being here. As is well known, our Gulf of Guinea has for a long time been notorious for a lot of wrong reasons, and I really thank the last the speaker from Cameroon, for a very, very elaborate presentation and the slides. Some of the issues we have in the Gulf of Guinea include piracy, armed robbery at sea, illegal bunkering, human trafficking, money laundering, kidnapping of ship crew for ransom, and even capture of whole ships. Indeed, in its report, in its 2002-2000 report, the International Maritime Bureau described the Gulf of Guinea maritime area as the most dangerous stretch for seafarers, surpassing Somalia and the Gulf of Aden. However, over the last few years, this disreputable accolade has been tackled vigorously by the littoral states, and I was very proud to hear from the representative of the CNS of Nigeria that Nigeria has recently been removed from the list of dangerous areas since 2023. Ghana has equally enjoyed some 6 or 7 years of relative peace until early February or March this year, when a vessel was attacked and crew kidnapped just 16 kilometers off the coast of Ghana. This tells us that the war is not won yet. But in this session, we are not going to discuss these issues. Rather, we are going to discuss a topic of grave concern and interest to all as it affects the livelihood and subsistence of businesses of the littoral states of the Gulf of Guinea maritime area. That topic, of course, being addressing the impact of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing on Africa's maritime economy. As you've already been told, I am honored to have a panel of professionals who know all that there is to know about the subject. They will take us through the impact and hopefully how to mitigate or even eliminate the menace. Their credentials have already been read, so I shall skip that. But with their permission and yours, I intend to call them in this order. I shall first call Professor Campion to make a 10-minute presentation, noting that a lot of you are tired, to make a 10-minute presentation. I'm sure his presentation will be so succinct that we shall not need to ask for any clarifications. But in the unlikely situation that there are any questions, may I respectfully suggest that we note them down till we are done with all the three speakers. Then I shall open the floor for questions, clarifications, and contributions. So I said, after Prof. Campion, I shall call on Rear Admiral Bill Chariton. His credentials have been said already as well. And then finally, we shall hear from Dr. Chris Kwaja, who has already featured earlier on another session. So without much further ado, I now call upon Professor Campion to make your presentation. You may choose to sit or come up here. Choice is yours, I've been told. Thank you very much. Your audience.
Thank you very much. So just standing on existing protocol, I think it will be better to also stand. Per the background I was given, I grew up working as a teacher, and I got used to standing and talking, so I think it will be in my comfort zone to stand and address you. Thank you. So I would like to give, let's say, a basic understanding of the case as it reflects in Ghana. And so when we talk of IUU activities as in Ghana, we look at what are the laws as it reflects in the case of Ghana when it comes to fishing. And one of our major challenges is use of monofilament nets. So when we say monofilament net, we are talking of the single twine nets. Most of us in West Africa, when we are bathing, we use these nets for bathing. You will see that when you look at them, they have multiple strands. Those are polyfilament. But we have the monofilament nets. They are so thin that when they are in the water, the fish cannot see them. And therefore, they just run in. And because of this, we have also gone ahead to people who are supposed, when you catch your fish, you are supposed to come and land them at the port, declare the records, pay the appropriate tax. But if you don't bring it to shore and you decide to offload your goods or cargo offshore, that is a transshipment. So we have people who catch the fish, instead of bringing it to Tema or any of the designated ports, they start selling the cargo offshore. And that has been one of the challenges we have, transshipment. We also have people who have caught the juvenile fishes, and they know that if they land it at the shore, they would, of course, be held liable to that. And so they decide to sell it offshore. That they sell it to our artisanal guys, or they rather dump them off sea. And so dumping is also illegal. And that's instead of reporting the right catch, the right stock, they can also underreport because they want to evade tax. These are some of the challenges we have. But of course, as a commission, we have also worked up and risen to the challenge. Yesterday, my honorable minister talked about reviewing or revising our Fisheries Act. We are working on trying to improve on the beneficiary ownership, such that we know who are the right owners of the vessels that are fishing in our seas, and how are the benefits being distributed. In that case, when we are exerting penalties or any fines, we know who is paying and how much should be paid. We are also working on at least monitoring them at sea, monitoring activities at sea. And in the last few years now, all the industrial vessels have vessel monitoring systems. So we know their positions, we know when you are fishing and when you are not fishing. If you are idling in an inshore zone, we can monitor what are you doing. Are you offloading cargo and others? We are working on that aspect. So all vessels now have the VMS system. We are moving on to add at least CCTV cameras on board, that's the electronic monitoring system. That has not yet come in place. We are still negotiating with the stakeholders. The tuna sector, they have adopted it, and that is being implemented. But the trawl side, we are still working on that. We are also working on reclassification of all our vessels, because over the years, technology is improving, and even our artisanal canoes are getting bigger and bigger. They are putting on bigger and bigger horsepower engines, and so we need to also look at how to reclassify. There's a moratorium on how many vessels are out there. And so over the years, we have also reduced the capacity. These are some of the things we are doing to at least reduce the IUU activities. But we are not out of the woods yet. We have a yellow card from the EU. Yellow card meaning that if we don't improve on what we are doing, we are likely not to be able to export to the EU. And so all measures are being put in place. One, to improve on the fisheries sector, that's reduce the IUU, but also it's not just about the catching of the fish, but we also have even post-harvest challenges where people are adulterating the fish, using all sorts of means of preserving them, which makes it a bit unwholesome. This, we need to produce fish which is wholesome and edible for Ghanaians. And these are some of the things we are doing to fight IUU. But not just locally, but we are working with the neighboring countries. And so there's a West Africa approach whereby as fisheries directors, we meet and look at how do we work collaboratively. We need vessels, research vessels. We need patrol boats that can also go out there. And so we have the Fisheries Enforcement Unit in Ghana that works with other units. Fisheries Enforcement Unit is headed by the Navy. One of my biggest coming to see a lot of whites, I usually meet my Fisheries Enforcement Unit officer one at a time. So I always see one person in white shirt. I'm privileged to meet so many whites. And I'm sure you all share in the fact that we can work together to fight IUU activities at sea. Then collaboratively across the West African sub-region, fisheries directors meet, and when we also have challenges in our Ghanaian waters, we are able to call our neighboring, not necessarily Ghanaian waters. Someone can fish and take it to a neighboring country, and so we are able to call our partners and then bring them to book. These are some of the things we are doing locally and then within the sub-region to reduce IUU activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. As I suggested, this is a very, very important session. And our next speaker, Admiral Charlton, has quite a lot to talk about on IUU. So in his case, I shall give him 12 minutes instead of 10. Admiral.
Thank you very much. Professor, this is your comfort zone. My comfort zone is at sea, not here, but I will try to do my best. First of all, I want to thank you, Admiral Bessing, Chief of the Navy, ladies and gentlemen, to allow me to intervene in this distinguished arena to talk about IUU fishing. And I will give my word in two sections. First of all, the actions from France in the support of the Yaoundé architecture in the area. And many thanks to the Deputy of the Cameroon Navy with a clear introductions, true presentations of the Yaoundé architecture is something we fully support through our actions in the area. and then I will give some words in response to Professor Campion about how ways of tackling IUU fishing. First of all, I am the Deputy Ops from Secland, Commander-in-Chief for Atlantic. Secland has his dual hatted is conducting military operations, but is also a maritime prefect. And as a maritime prefect, he's enforcing state actions at sea. He's coordinating in the French approaches, but also in the whole area of responsibility, the whole Atlantic. Is coordinating with all the administrations, actions at sea, including illegal fishing, missions that we are conducting in France on a daily basis with our ships. We are operating the mission Corimbe, which is the deployment of one naval assets most part of the year, conducting patrol and partnership in the area Gulf of Guinea, conducting port visit, partnership, cooperations, joint patrol at sea with all of your navies, and also conducting during the port visit cooperations, including in-service support cooperations. There is no better way to have ships present and be together at sea, or to be together alongside to discuss between Navy guys the issues. And for instance, very fruitful when we send our chief engineer talking with the other chief engineer to discuss about reality of difficulties regarding in-service support. We have two main initiatives that we are conducting, co-organizing with the Yaoundé architectures. And these one are the Sirène Academy and the Grand African Nemo exercise. They are really two objects co-organized with the Yaoundé architectures. We are getting together and we are talking about what objectives we want to achieve together, and everything is done to support the Yaoundé architectures. Sirène is an academy for students, 5 weeks deployed on a French ship, starting in Toulon and then deployed. Last year we had 32 students from 17 different countries, junior plus officers that already have a knowledge and are getting together with a partner from the UN, the EU, Interpol, the Maroc, to discuss issues on narcotics, pollutions, IUU, and all these kind of problems, and discussing, making rock drills, making at the port visit discussions, and to get together and to think together on that, and to form the future generations to be able to tackle the problems and also to talk within each other, knowing themselves very good. And the Gano, it's a big exercise, also co-organized with the Yaoundé architectures, where we are running in the whole zone that were mentioned, different scenarios, including IUU, to practice cooperations within the scenarios with all the navies, including also Western partners. Last year we had 55 ships participating to the Gano exercise, and next year we will do the same. It will take place in November. So that's for the fully support of the Yaoundé architectures. I heard the lectures from Captain Omren, and it was very interesting to see there was 4 points: form safety and security coordination council, establish joint maritime command, create integrated training program, eliminated silo mentality. And that's really what is the Yaoundé architecture is doing with the commands, with the strategy, and with everything, and also the mentality of getting the habits all together to speak together. That was my first point. My second point is talking about IUU fishing. So we are doing, as I said, a lot of joint patrol with the Gulf of Guinea navies. Currently, we have the Commandant Bouhan at port visit here in Tema, and they will conduct some joint patrol with the Ghanaian Navy next in 3 days on fishery. As we said, for us, there are 5 phases on the fights against IUU fishing. The first one is understanding the phenomenon. Second one is drafting regulations. Then we have to plan inspections. Then you have to conduct inspections. And then you must be ready to be able to establish sanctions. First of all, understand the phenomenon. I will listen carefully to what you said. Obviously, we still have to do some research and animate to know exactly what are the phenomenon, where are the periods, what is really the decreasing of fish, to have objectives, not objectives, but concrete stuff to say and to provide, to know the phenomenon, the evolution of the resources, and so to make sure and to understand what are the best practices. It is not a question of interdict, of course, fishing. It's something to do it on a sustainable manner. And for instance, it has conduct, and it is a very huge effort, Ghana, to have close period of fishing, which is really a good manner to prepare sustainable development of resources for the future. Secondly is the ability to have to draft national regulations, and for that we need specialists with have the framework and the ability to follow the regulations. We are working closely with the ISMI, the International Maritime Security Institute ISMI in Abidjan, to develop programs, also to discuss and to train all the community on regulations, and it's also an aim of the Siren program. Obviously, then you have to prepare and prepare really to do inspections, planning. Obviously, for that, to do the inspection planning and to do the inspections, we need ships. I won't come back on that. We need air surveillance, because without any air surveillance, it's very difficult to conduct and to guide the ships towards the bad guys. And but more of that. We need also, we need in-service support, of course, and then so we'll be ready to do inspections. More on that, we were talking about the catches. The logbook is something we are practicing. If we want to conduct sanctions, we must really know what is the right from the ships to fish, to conduct fishery. What I said is, when we're practicing fishing policy in our waters, we have all the fishermen, they have the VMS, but they also have a logbook. In the logbook, they fill the catch they have, regarding the authorization they have in terms of quotas. The logbook is directly linked to the center at ashore, and we are able, if we control the ship, to check if the logbook is the reality or not. And then there's another control when the ships come alongside. And we do that with every ships, including, we also have that in French waters. We have other countries with French ships, but most of them are from other countries fishing in the waters. And but it doesn't mean that they are not reporting directly to us. And last but not least, ability to conduct the sanctions, to practice the sanctions. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I will conclude on that. Liaison magistrate, prosecutors, they also need to know about how to tackle with that, and something we are doing with some countries, with liaison magistrates to do that. And my last words, and this perhaps open for the floor of my partners, there's no regional fishery management organizations in the Gulf of Guinea. We have advisory bodies, which is certainly not sufficient, but it's up to you perhaps to discuss about that, but I think it's worthwhile for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Prof.
Thank you very much. I will be taking less than 10 minutes since the last speaker took a bit of that time. 10 years ago, the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals, and Goal 14 of that goal was specific to life below water. And what the SDG 14 did was to draw attention of the world to the fact that ocean governance is very central to the future of maritime security. And I'm raising this because we need to also look at where the point of convergence is between ocean governance and maritime security in the context of what our Navy should be doing, in the context of the kind of partnership that we need to craft, in the context of the kind of harmonization that should happen when it comes to how we think through the future of the kind of resources we have below the water. Unreported fishing is one of it. The acidic content of our water as a result of activities that are not regulated is also one issue. Overfishing is also an issue that we are confronted with. But one major point for me as we look at this very important point is the role of data in explaining this reality. How are we collecting data? What methodology are we adopting? What kind of partnership are we building in ensuring that we collect real data that should allow for effective action? Where do we place legislative oversight on this issue in terms of the role that ECOWAS Parliament will play, the role that other regional economic groups will play when it comes to the kind of strategic and policy oversight that they provide, and how that also reinforce or amplify what the African Union is doing when it comes to the future of marine security, or when it comes to the future of life below water on the continent. I think my last point has to do with the future of marine economy in the context of its connection or linkage with livelihood. How do we protect local fishermen and women in our own economies? How do we protect other marine resources that we see? Oil is one of it, for instance. When we talk about insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea, we are also talking about oil that is directly affected by that insecurity. Harmonization of effort in the context of how countries within the Gulf of Guinea, the Gulf of Aden, can come together either through regional or continental structures and mechanisms will be very helpful in crafting
more sustainable ways to address this issue. And I think it's important that we go back and look at how well we have fared when it comes to the implementation of SDG 14, because it clearly defined specific indicators to measure success or otherwise when it comes to how we protect our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc. You've received this. Right. I did say from the beginning that at the end of their various presentations, we shall have some time for questions. In a previous discussion with the Rear Admiral from France, he mentioned that based on their experiences in Europe, he can identify a few key areas that we may be lacking in the management of IUU in the Gulf of Guinea maritime area. Since our topic requires us to address the impact and the way forward, I will give you some 5 more minutes to tell us the gaps that you have identified, which we could use to improve our management. Yes.
Yes, thank you for the questions. As I said, I described the different phases on that. For me, so the gaps, there probably is. I was talking about the regional fishery management organization, which is something that can be seen as constraining, but in fact is for the benefit of all the countries that are participating too, is to have the organization that has a clear idea about what is the resources, what we can do, and then when license are provided, to be able to really know this license is not a license to overfish, it's a license to fish in these conditions, this fish, this area. Then it will be sustainable, and then it will work. And that's why I was describing the logbook, the way of possibility of controlling definitely what the ship is doing. Because we are talking about IUU, in fact, illegal. It's not really illegal in terms of license today. U, unreported. We have VMS. We can see most of the ships. Unregulated, that's for sure. That's it, unregulated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our 2 profs mentioned similar things, especially Dr. Kwaja mentioned about the importance of data and how we are going to help our own local fishermen. Prof. Campion mentioned that, he mentioned a lot of the problems we have, among them wrong fishing methods. He mentioned the monofilament. We use also carbide to attract fish, to kill fish. We use lights, generators. We take generators to sea in order to catch fish, all of which, of course, are illegal. I think generally the reasons this persists is because of difficulty in monitoring. And then the prof's point comes in, it's about the regulations. So the plan to review the Fisheries Act is something that I believe will go a long way to help us sort out this menace. Dr. Kwaja, do you have any other point that you think we could use in order to ensure that monitoring of illegal and unregulated, unreported fishing is dealt with? We know already, I think everybody here knows that the major point that all the navies have has been about platforms. And on that I would thank you very much if you can pass it on to our fisheries minister for a direct request to the Chief of Staff for more platforms for the Navy. And those are issues that we have monitoring. I had a privilege of visiting the Nigerian Navy whilst I was in service. And their Falcon Eye is a very fantastic equipment which I thought could be useful for the rest of us. Of course, it's quite expensive. Nigeria is a big boy. They can afford it. But if we could have similar systems like that for many of the navies, we all know that, you know, the weakest link in any cable is one of the if one is doing well and the others are asleep, it will not help. So if you have any views on that, Prof. Kwanya.
I think for our countries, peer learning is very important. There are success stories you might find in country A that country B can learn from, and opportunities like this provide avenues where we share insights, we look at what is working and how we can also strengthen our own mechanisms out there. The key point for me is about institutions. We have many of these laws on ground, but enforcement is weak. In 2009, Obama said, Africa, invest in strong institutions rather than strong men. And the point is that in investing in these institutions, we should draw attention to the importance of ensuring enforcement happens. The moment you don't enforce and there are no sanctions, it creates opportunities for more acts of criminality to double. But where people see that the institutions are working, where there are offenses, punishments come in, it now serves as deterrence for other would-be criminals. And I think for me, that is what we need to amplify from a meeting of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are many questions to ask, but I will now turn to the audience. If there are any points of clarification or points that you may want to add to what has been said already, if you have any such point, you can raise your hand and let's talk about it. Yes, sir.
Thank you for today's presentations. For fishing, I can say with some confidence that we have developed, but it is just on paper and we are yet to bring it up, and do all the necessary tests. Cameras that will go as far as 500 to almost 1,000 kilometers. So with these cameras, if they come into being, what is going to happen is that any vessels outside our EEZ who is hiding to steal away and come and do fishing, they will be caught. We are also working on the design in which fishing vessels, when they throw away the fishing net, small unapproved fishing nets, because of the color, the changes on the sea state, they will be found out. We are also, part of our design program also contains where fishing vessels are seen throwing light and the water light to attract the fishes. I'm sure that very soon we are going to solve those problems. That relates to fishing at sea, illegal fishing by recalcitrant fishermen, both in the night and daytime, whether they are within our zone or outside our zone, because the cameras will pick them up. Before, we know that the raiders, they could go sometimes to that distance, but they don't see the targets at pixels. We are converting targets from from infrared or what they call it, other signals into pixels, so that with cameras, we can find them all out. And this also includes, what do you call it, piracy. We haven't talked about that. But piracy, we are now developing algorithms. We have gone far off. Algorithms which, when you have a ship there and there's a small vessel, which normally, the pirates, they use a very fast small boat, to run after the vessels. All these things, depending upon the way they are there, quite maneuvering, everything will be found out. We are only looking for, sort of links, contacts, so that together we will make the Gulf of Guinea very safe and sound. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's it, Captain Sekwami. I think we still have a few minutes. Okay, I'm told we must bring this to a close. But my point, a little point on us, Captain Sekwami's point. It's all good to know where the illegal people are. But then, after you found them, you must go out there and catch them. And that is what the problem is. You need the platforms to be able to go there and ensure that you arrest them. I mentioned the case of the Falcon, the Nigerian Navy user, which goes quite a long way. But having found that, you need to set assets out there to go and bring them for prosecution. And that has been the bane of most of the navies and coast guards of the region. Unfortunately, the policy makers have all left. But what we need, in addition to the detection, is the ability to go out there and prosecute, bring them in, the new laws, so that we can take them to court, fine them, or even seize as required by our laws. So on behalf of my very, very powerful panel, I'd like to thank all of you for your patience. It's been a long day. We have gone well a little bit over our time, but we thank you very much for your patience. And we thank you for the 2 days that you spent with us. Those who may be going back, we wish you traveling mercies. But I would leave that to the event organizers to do their main thank yous. For now, please kindly join me to say a big thank you to my panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Feidu, for moderating our third session, which was focused on safeguarding Africa's blue economy, balancing security, sustainability, and economic growth, together with our panelists, Rear Admiral Bie Chartin, Professor Benjamin Bete Campion, and Dr. Chris Kwaja. Shall we please do it for them one more time? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have reached an important part of today's program, which is the presentation of gifts. The first set of presentations will be done by the Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Godwin Livingston, to the Chiefs of Navies and Coast Guards and their representatives. First to receive the gifts is Vice Admiral Nguessan Kumi Celestine of La Côte d'Ivoire. Sorry. Next to receive a gift from the Chief of the Naval Staff is Vice Admiral Mustafa El Alami of Morocco. His representative, who is the Inspector of the Royal Moroccan Navy, will receive it for him. Next to receive a gift is Vice Admiral Ashraf Ibrahim, ACCRA Megahead of Egypt. Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala of Nigeria. Next to receive a gift is Rear Admiral Ahmed Said Benauf of Mauritania. Rear Admiral Mendua Jean of Cameroon. Rear Admiral Abdou Seni of Senegal. Rear Admiral Abdou Seni. Rear Admiral Tebesio Ngomu Ndong Mifumi, Equatorial Guinea. Rear Admiral Amir Ramadan Hassan. The representative is Commander, Tanzanian Navy. Captain Atatum Babate of Togo. Captain Daniel Holman, Commander, Coast Guard. Admiral Ekrumah Tatlioglu of Turkey. Admiral James Wells Kilby. Admiral James Wells Kilby of U.S. Navy. Admiral James Wells Kilby, the Acting Chief of Naval Ops, is here to receive on his behalf. Admiral Nicolas Valjoux of France. Admiral Nicolas Valjoux of France. Admiral Enrico Credendino, Italy. Admiral Zhoming, China.
And we'll continue with the speakers, moderators, and panelists. And first on our list is Vice Admiral Issa Adam Yakubu, former Chief of the Naval Staff. And I will respectfully request the Chief Staff Officer, Naval Headquarters, Commodore Ben Baba Abdul. Okay, CNS would like to do this personally. So I'll request you do it for the two CNSs. Okay, sir. Next is Rear Admiral Kofi Peter Feidu, former Chief of the Naval Staff, Ghana Navy. It's sending, you got me first, right? You were supposed to take for us. Okay, you didn't. Okay, you were supposed to take the ones that got it earlier. Okay. Next is Rear Admiral Abdul Sene, Chief of Naval Staff, Senegal. Next is Rear Admiral Umar Usman Farouk, Director, Air Engineering, Naval Headquarters, Abuja. Okay. Rear Admiral Antonino Franza, Head of Cooperation and Support, National Industries and Foreign Navies Office, Italy Navy. Brigadier General Sean Holtz, Deputy Director, Strategy, Engagement and Programs, U.S. AFRICOM. Jan Beard Chariton, Deputy Operations Admiral to Kinclat, French Navy. Captain Nigeria Navy Sunday Umuron, Secretary General Abuja, MOU, Nigeria. Professor Benjamin Betty Campion, Executive Director, Fisheries Commission, Ghana. Dr. Chris Kwaja, Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies, Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, Modibo Adama University, Nigeria. Dr. Osei Bonsu Dixon, Mr. Peter Agbaminoja, Deputy Director, NIMASA, Nigeria. Mr. Peter Agbaminoja. Captain Fraud Roth, Assistant Chief of Staff, NATO. Mr. Justin Kojo Owusu Adomako, Senior Operations Officer, Omnicard Ghana, from Omni Group Ghana. Mr. Justin Kojo Owusu Adomako. A rep is speaking on his behalf. Thank you very much, CSO, sir. The next is a list of sponsors of Imdec 2025. And I'll respectfully invite Commodore Roger Bagonia, Chair of the conference, to do the presentations. The first company on the list is Katik. Katik. Next is Sersan. Please get ready. Sersan, please. Israel Shipyard Limited. STM. Omnicard. Milka. CSSC. Navansha, please get ready. Navansha. Shield AI, please get ready. Shield AI, Turkish Aerospace, get ready. Turkish Aerospace. Twiga, get ready. Twiga. Diamond Aircraft, please get ready. Diamond Aircraft. Watsila, please get ready. Diamond Aircraft. Sorry. Watsila. Zen Technology, please get ready. Thank you, Zen Technology. Maxa Intelligence. Fortuno, get ready. Fortuno. Thank you so much, all the sponsors. Thank you very much, Chair of the conference. We are gradually coming to the end of the 2025 Imdec conference. The next on the item is the official summary and recommendations from our repertoire, from our reporters, sorry. If they are ready, otherwise the band will continue to give us a musical interlude. The Navy Band, please continue. Mauritania CNS. Me show her. Sir. I think so we didn't present. Yes, sir, we didn't present. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'll respectfully invite Rear Admiral Ahmed Saeed Benanoff, the CNS Mauritania, to please come forward for. Shall we please rise for our guest of honor for the closing ceremony in the person of Lieutenant General William Ejapong, the Chief of the Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces. You may please take your seats, sir. With our guest of honor in for the closing session, I think this would be the appropriate time to take the official summary and recommendations. I'll invite Commodore Roger Bagonia once again to do that for us. Thank you, sir.
The Chief of Defense Staff of Ghana, the host of Imdec 2025, and Chief of Naval Staff, may I stand on the existing protocol and to proceed with the summary and recommendations of Imdec 2025. So, the government of Ghana pledged to continuously support the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and other multinational frameworks that promote peace, security, and prosperity across Africa's maritime domain. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture stressed on the need for an enhanced interagency collaboration to ensure that coastal nations maximize the benefits of the blue economy. Senegal identified geostrategic choke points, economic vulnerabilities, piracy, trafficking, and irregular migration as the key maritime security challenges. He also emphasized leveraging the Yaoundé architecture as a foundation for a wider Atlantic security engagement. Mauritania's approach to maritime security and the blue economy included multi-sectoral strategy linking maritime security to blue economy development. They further highlighted IUU fishing, piracy, and climate change as key maritime threats which could be countered through an integrated naval response using optimized resources. Mauritania further called for enhanced regional cooperation to boost collective security and drive sustainable maritime prosperity. Nigeria's efforts towards combating maritime threats for a sustainable blue economy prioritize capacity building, interagency synergy, enhance regional cooperation to combat maritime threats. They also demonstrated progress in surveillance technology, fleet modernization, and operational coordination under the Trinity of Action strategy. Nigeria further called for stronger political support, harmonized legal enforcement, and improved information sharing among the Gulf of Guinea nations. On securing the future of maritime trade, the conference highlighted the vital role of the commercial maritime sector in driving regional trade and economic integration, advocated for stronger collaboration between port operators, maritime authorities, academia, and shipping stakeholders, promoted port digitalization, integrated data sharing, and secure trade corridors as enablers of resilient maritime commerce. On AI-powered threat detection and modern technologies in maritime security, the conference highlighted the transformative role of AI in enhancing surveillance, data analytics, and rapid threat detection, emphasized the importance of interoperable intelligence systems, ethical AI governance, and regional tech-driven cooperation, advocated investment in specialized training and public-private partnerships to strengthen maritime security and governance. On strategic importance of naval maintenance, the conference agreed that there was a need to ensure fleet readiness for defense and security operations, recognized the need to reduce dependence on expensive overseas maintenance by enhancing local industrial and technical capacity through public-private partnership agreements, further urged to explore the option of remote troubleshooting assistance for quick problem resolution. On next-generation assets and relevance of maritime security in global dynamics, the conference highlighted the need for a modular, multi-mission ships flexible for patrols, interdiction, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief.
emphasized the need for unmanned surface and subsurface vehicles which are low cost and energy efficient, reaffirmed a comprehensive approach that combines maritime security awareness, maritime security operations, and maritime security cooperation to effectively deal with the complex and interconnected nature of modern maritime threats as practiced by the Italian Navy. Stressed that failing to invest in maritime security, sea blindness, is a direct risk to national wealth and sovereignty. On adopting and sustaining cost-effective advanced naval assets for African nations, the conference advocated modular, cost-efficient platforms and cyber resilience systems tailored to evolving threats, raised concerns over the legal ambiguity in private maritime security operations, calling for clear regulatory frameworks, emphasized civil-military partnerships and regional collaboration to enhance domain awareness and sustain innovation. On ocean governance, the conference highlighted the importance of the Deep Blue project, intensified patrols, and integrating surveillance technologies. Emphasized that the root cause of insecurity could be addressed by promoting transparency, good governance, and active community engagement for long-term maritime resilience. From these outcomes, we derived these few recommendations. 1, stakeholders should explore the establishment of an Atlantic Maritime Fusion Center linking Yaoundé architecture zones to other African maritime command hubs to strengthen cross-regional maritime surveillance and threat response. African navies should prioritize the acquisition of modular, multi-mission, and integrated unmanned platforms that are cost-effective and energy efficient. This should include investing in affordable missile defense solutions. African nations should adopt a comprehensive approach that integrates situational awareness, security operations, and international cooperation to effectively tackle evolving maritime threats. African coastal states should strengthen bilateral and multilateral partnerships with other navies to develop joint maritime security strategies. And finally, stakeholders should integrate a regional AI maritime hub into the Atlantic Maritime Fusion Center to harmonize threat detection systems, develop shared surveillance databases. Such a hub should drive standardized AI trading, foster public-private partnerships to strengthen predictive security and regional maritime governance. These are the recommendations after these 2 days of extensive deliberations within this conference. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, the chair of the conference. We will take a short spot of music and then we'll come to the closing session of today's program. Thank you very much, the Ghana Navy Band. The Military High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces, chiefs of navies across the continent and beyond, distinguished sponsors and exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to a very significant part of today's program, and that is the closing ceremony. And to do us the honors for this afternoon, we have a distinguished general. He is the CDS of the Ghana Armed Forces. He entered the Ghana Military Academy in 1988 and commissioned in 1990 into the Infantry Corps of the Ghana Army. He has undertaken all military courses commensurate with his rank, including Defense Studies in London, UK, Command and Staff Officer course at the US Army Command and General Staff course at Fort Leavenworth, US. Academically, Lieutenant General Ejapon holds a Master of Arts, holds a Master of Arts in International Security and Strategy Studies, another Master of Military Arts and Science, and then a Master of Science in Professional Accounting, among many others. He is a Chartered Accountant and a member of the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, USA, UK. He has held a number of significant command and staff appointments, which time will not permit me to enumerate all, in the course of his career. Prior to his current appointment, he was the military advisor to Ghana's permanent representative at the United Nations headquarters, USA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, join me welcome Lieutenant General William Ejapon.
The service chiefs and the chief of staff at the general headquarters, chief of navies, heads of coast guards and their representatives, heads of security and intelligence services, members of the diplomatic corps, our distinguished admirals, generals and marshals, both serving and retired, senior officers, industry partners and exhibitors, distinguished delegates and guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and deep sense of gratitude that I deliver these closing remarks on behalf of the Minister for Defense at the conclusion of the 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference 2025. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a rich convergence of ideas, strategies, technologies, and commitments from Africa and beyond, geared towards advancing our collective maritime security interests. The theme for this year's conference, Securing Africa's Maritime Future, collaboration, technology, and sustainability in a changing geopolitical landscape has proven both timely and deeply resonant. As highlighted in our deliberations, Africa's maritime domain holds vast promise, but also faces evolving threats from piracy, illegal fishing, pollution, and the shifting contours of global geopolitics. Despite recorded declines in maritime crimes in parts of the Gulf of Guinea in 2024, incidents such as the Orange Frost kidnapping near Sao Tome and the Sea Panther attack southeast of Nigeria remind us that the threat of piracy and armed robbery remains persistent. More worryingly, Ghana's own experience with a recent kidnapping incident off Accra serves as a sobering reminder that no nation is immune. These incidents reaffirm that maritime security is not a national concern alone, but a shared regional and global responsibility. The progress discussed during Imdec 2025, particularly in the operational coordination, technological innovation, and collaborative frameworks, demonstrates that we are taking meaningful steps forward. The continued development and deployment of platforms like the Yaoundé Architecture Regional Information Systems, the operationalization of African Union's Combined Maritime Task Force, and the advancement of joint patrol concepts and concrete achievements that underscores our collective resolve. The role of Imdec in this context has been pivotal. Again, the forum served as a strategic bridge between policymakers, naval leaders, private sector actors, and international partners. The exhibitions showcased emerging technologies, including surveillance platforms, unarmed solutions, and digital platforms for domain awareness. The panel sections also sparked robust debates and inspired renewed thinking on securing our waters through innovation, inclusivity, and resilience. Your participation has been the cornerstone of Imdec 2025 success. This year, we were honored to host over 200 delegates from 25 countries, including 16 chiefs of navies, coast guards, and their representatives. Also, esteemed security leaders, diplomats, and more than 40 defense industry partners. Your encouragement in the panel discussions, bilateral meetings, and exhibitions has also enriched our collective understanding and fostered connections that will strengthen our maritime security architecture moving forward. Throughout the conference, we reflected on recent achievements such as the African Maritime Forces Summit in Mauritius, which re-emphasized Africa's resolve to tackle maritime insecurity through stronger coordinations, information sharing, and also investment in local capacities. These efforts are complemented by Imdec's legacy of driving regional naval cooperation forward. So as we close this important gathering, I urge all participants to carry forward the momentum generated here. Let us continue to deepen our partnerships, sustain our investments in technology, and align our strategies towards a safer, more secure, and more prosperous African maritime domain. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and the Ghana Armed Forces, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his continued support to Ghana's maritime sector. The Chief of the Naval Staff and the Ghana Navy for his leadership in hosting this strategic event. To our international partners from Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, Senegal, Tanzania, Mauritania, Liberia, Nigeria, Togo, the Cameroon, Morocco, Egypt, France, China, Turkey, Italy, and the United States of America, whose presence and contributions have been invaluable. And to our sponsors, exhibitors, and the indefatigable team of Great Minds Event Management, who ensured the smooth execution of this event, we also thank the chiefs of navies, admirals, coast guards, and defense officials, and the industry experts whose ideas have shaped meaningful discourse throughout this section. Finally, I hope that your stay in Accra was both productive and enjoyable. I wish that you return home safely, inspired and emboldened to implement the shared vision we have built here, one of peace, cooperation, and sustained maritime development. Imdec 2025 is not an event, it's not an end, but a beginning for fostering international cooperation and resilience to confront contemporary challenges to maritime security. Let us remain committed to the shared goals of maritime security for our nations, our continents, and future generations. Thank you once again, and I wish you all safe travels and continued success. God bless you, our continent, and the maritime domain we all strive to protect. On this note, I'm pleased to declare the International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference 2025 officially closed. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please give it up for the Chief of the Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Opon. Shall we please take our seats? Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. Sir, at this point, I would invite Lieutenant Commander Dennis to give us the vote of thanks. Sir, respectfully, after the vote of thanks, we shall have a group photograph comprising the High Command, Chiefs of Navies and Coast Guards, and their representatives, as well as the Great Minds team and sponsors. Thank you, sir.
Chief of the Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Ejapong, the Chief Host and the Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Godwin Livinus Besson, Service Chiefs of the Ghana Armed Forces, Chief of Staff at the General Headquarters, Chiefs of Navies and their distinguished representatives, Representative of the Inspector General of Police, Admirals, Generals, and officers of various armed forces, both serving and retired, industry partners, distinguished delegates and speakers, esteemed exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Godwin Besson, and the entire Ghana Navy, I wish to express our sincere and heartfelt appreciation to all participants, partners, and stakeholders whose contributions have made the International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference 2025 a resounding success. Over the past 2 days, there have been deliberations on the theme securing Africa's maritime future, collaboration, technology, and sustainability in the changing geopolitical landscape. Your presence, insights, and spirited engagements have enriched every facet of this gathering, transforming it from a conference into a vibrant platform for strategic dialogue, technological innovation, and collective maritime vision. The diverse perspectives shared from the high-level panel discussions, presentations, and dynamic technology showcases have reaffirmed a vital truth that maritime security is a shared responsibility, demanding enduring partnerships, regional cooperation, and forward-thinking solutions. To our esteemed Chiefs of Navies, senior officers, distinguished speakers, exhibitors, and international delegates, thank you for your time, your wisdom, and your unwavering commitment to the cause of maritime peace and prosperity. A special expression of gratitude goes to our organizing partners, particularly great minds of the United Arab Emirates, for their outstanding professionalism and steadfast support in making the International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference 2025 a truly world-class event. As we lower the anchor on this year's edition, may the connections built, the ideas sparked, and the commitments made to continue to shape doctrine, strengthen operational readiness, and propel us towards a more secure and prosperous blue economy for generations to come. Thank you once again for honoring us with your presence. We pray for God's traveling mercies as you return back to your respective countries, stations, and homes. And until we meet again, fair winds and following seas. Once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Commander Dennis. Distinguished generals, admirals, marshals, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen, before we leave the hall, I would like to remind all that we have networking lunch right where we had lunch yesterday. The VIPs had theirs. I'm sure we all know where we had our lunch. Please, we'll have that lunch after this. And then we'll have bilaterals, one-on-one networking, and most importantly, we are all encouraged to pass through the exhibition hall once again to have our final doubts cleared. On that note, thank you all for staying with us for these 2 days. Shall we please rise for the general salute before our guest of honor takes leave of us? Wrong. Hold on. Sorry, we'll take a group photograph first. Our guest of honor and all the service chiefs will take a group photograph in front, down here, before we take the general salute. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Shall we please go back to our seats? Please, let's go back to our seats, and let's remember to also leave the translation gadgets. Kindly remember to leave the translation gadgets. Please, let's go back to our seats. A general salute now. Thank you very much, sir. We'll now ask please let's wait for our guest of honor to take leave with the service chiefs, please, and then the others can follow. Thank you.
It starts without warning. No headlines, no sirens, just a quiet signal lost in the deep. But beneath these waves, threats gather. Pirates in the shadows. Illegal trawlers draining our lifelines. Smugglers crossing unseen borders. And now, instability on land creeping into our seas. Africa's maritime frontier is under siege. And the question is not if, but when. But we are not watching from the shore. Africa's navies are rising, together, with intelligence, with technology, with one mission: to defend our waters, our economies, our sovereignty. This is the front line. This is the turning point. This is Imdec 2025. Since its inception in 2019, Imdec has stood as Africa's premier naval and maritime defense platform, fostering friendship, collaboration, and unified action among African navies. Through world-class exhibitions and strategic dialogue, Imdec brings together global defense leaders and the continent's maritime forces to face our challenges, not alone, but together.
Thank you very much, the Ghana Navy Band, for staying with us throughout the period.
Akwaba.
Well done. Thank you.
It starts without warning. No headlines, no sirens, just a quiet signal lost in the deep. But beneath these waves, threats gather. Pirates in the shadows. Illegal trawlers draining our lifelines. Smugglers crossing unseen borders. And now, instability on land creeping into our seas. Africa's maritime frontier is under siege. And the question is not if, but when. but we are not watching from the shore. Africa's navies are rising, together, with intelligence, with technology, with one mission: to defend our waters, our economies, our sovereignty. This is the front line. This is the turning point. This is Imdec 2025. Since its inception in 2019, Imdec has stood as Africa's premier naval and maritime defense platform, fostering friendship, collaboration, and unified action among African navies. Through world-class exhibitions and strategic dialogue, Imdec brings together global defense leaders and the continent's maritime forces to face our challenges, not alone, but together. Aquaba.
ACCRA, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers, over 800 high-profile attendees, over 40 sponsors and exhibitors, over 20 countries represented.
Destination, Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination, Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.
Destination, Accra, Ghana. Requesting permission to proceed. Over.
Permission granted.
Destination, Burma Hall, Ghana Armed Forces Headquarters, Accra, Ghana, waiting for permission to attend. Over.
Permission granted.
The 4th International Maritime Defense Exhibition and Conference, hosted by Ghana Navy. The largest gathering of the maritime and naval officials. Over 15 chiefs of Navy and Coast Guards. Over 40 high-level speakers. Over 800 high-profile attendees. Over 40 sponsors and exhibitors. Over 20 countries represented.